Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Moments after reportedly shooting his estranged wife early Wednesday at their home near the Wyoming-Idaho border, 43-year-old Christopher Moon texted his mother-in-law. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the chilling text offered an explanation as to why he shot Cassandra Klinger.
So according to a screenshot I received, Christopher texted his mother-in-law, "Satan got a hold of me. I'm so sorry. I love her so much."
After Moon called authorities telling them what he did, deputies quickly arrived to find Christopher's vehicle and Cassandra's vehicle, each parked on the side of the road. They spoke with Christopher briefly by phone, and then moments later, law enforcement witnessed Moon shoot and kill himself. Jonah Energy's vice president says a Tuesday ruling that blocks a 3,500 well expansion threatens the company's future in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Jonah Energy's vice president says the federal ruling earlier this week that threw out the approval for the future of the Jonah field is damaging the future of oil and gas in Wyoming.
Jonah Energy feels as though they were blindsided, that they had been doing their best to comply and go above and beyond, even incentivizing employees to follow the Clean Air Act to the letter. But these two judges saw something in the case brought by the Wild Earth Guardians, and they basically said it doesn't add up. You're not following the letter of the law when it comes to the Clean Air Act. So if I had to guess, I would say this is probably headed to some kind of legal action where it moves from an administrative court to actually federal court.
The Interior Board of Land Appeals on Tuesday vacated the Bureau of Land Management's 2018 approval of the normally pressured lands project, which would have authorized up to 3,500 wells on 141,000 acres. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Meteorologists are warning that an incoming sub-zero cold snap comes with an increased risk of exploding trees. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that, arborists say that's a real thing, and it sounds like a gunshot when the trees pop.
What happens is it's a combination of two things. The water and the sap in the tree can freeze and rapidly expand, or the inside of the tree shrinks faster than the outside of the tree. When these things happen, that creates a lot of energy, and when that energy is released, it can cause the tree to burst. The technical term is frost cracking. So there have been warnings about exploding trees in everywhere from west of Ohio to eastern Wyoming. The tree is going to explode into toothpicks? Not likely, but it's possible that a giant branch could snap and pop and explode.
Experts tell Cowboy State Daily that Wyoming's unusually dry winter might have some benefit. Snow water equivalents across eastern Wyoming are still very low, between 6 and 70%, so the deciduous trees will have less water in them to explode. A board tasked with ensuring Wyoming's property tax assessments are fair and lawful planned to challenge the state's 4% growth cap on residential property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon put a halt to the lawsuit on Thursday.
The Board of Equalization was gearing up to challenge a property tax cap that keeps your property taxes from skyrocketing too quickly, saying, hey, if we cap this for people whose home values are rising and people whose home values are stagnating, aren't we doing unfair, not uniform assessment as the Constitution mandates? And so they challenged it as a violation of the state constitution, or they were gearing up to do so. But then on Thursday, Gordon last minute consulted with the Assessors Association, and they were like, you're going to whiplash us. We're gearing up for this.
The legal complaint had sought to urge the Laramie County District Court to block the 4% growth cap as unconstitutional or allegedly risk making the board members violate the oaths they took to defend the state constitution. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just feels hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Good morning, finally Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, January 23. Good to have you along as we cruise into the weekend. Headlines we're covering today: Satan got a hold of me. Man shoots his estranged wife, then himself, and the chilling texts left behind. Well, you thought the bomb cyclone, polar vortex, you thought the bomb cyclone was bad news. Weather-wise, you ain't heard nothing yet. We got exploding trees. Weather gonna kill you as we continue that vein. Don Day will be on later. See what he thinks about exploding trees. I don't even want to know. He's gonna think it's foolish. Meanwhile, the real bomb we got to worry about is the nuclear bomb of invasive rats in Boise. Mark Hines has that story. The governor is going to be on today to talk about a couple of things. One includes the lawsuit, the litigation around the 4% property tax cap. Yeah, I don't understand it a lot, but the governor does, and he'll be on. On behalf of the University of Wyoming, Provost Ann Alexander will be on the show today and talk about what the proposed cuts from the Appropriations Committee might mean to the University of Wyoming. President Ed Seidel is popped into the Cowboy State Daily with a guest column. Read that. He explained what the cuts might mean to the beloved four-year institution, and Ann Alexander will be on to flesh those out. Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council, speaking of victims of the JAC proposed cuts, Josh Dorrell is going to be on today, talk about Wyoming Business Council, their latest reactions, and what they're doing to try to save the agency. Aaron Brown, it's a Friday, so we'll get Aaron with us. Wyoming Highway Patrol Information Officer. I got a few questions for Aaron, particularly how does Highway Patrol reconstruct accident sites? Obviously, troopers are very, very rarely eyewitnesses to an accident. They show up later. How do they piece together what happened? Some of these accidents are described in such detail. Someone may have been on their cell phone. They left their lane and went into this lane. They went into a barrel ditch. They hit a deer. It's incredible how investigators reconstruct accidents. I'll ask Aaron Brown, how you do that? Ken Bramer will be on. He's the auctioneer based in Nebraska that auctioned off that piece of pottery for the 91-year-old woman. She thought she'd get about $100 for this big old jug. And Ken Bramer knew better, the auctioneer. He said, no, I've seen stuff like this. This is going to get you thousands. And he was right. Ken will be on in his best auctioneer voice. I should make him do the, 25. I'll make him do that business. Adam Finnegan, author, is going to be on. Adam's been studying the work of Eric Traub, who has always speculated in his career that things like Lyme disease, HIV, all these odd diseases that we didn't see or we didn't know of in the 1800s, even early 1900s, these new diseases that afflict us, could they be byproducts of biological warfare? Was somebody cooking stuff up to be used and unleashed in war? And these things are what came out of it. For instance, Lyme disease. Adam Finnegan suffers from Lyme disease himself, and he wonders whether it's a tick bite or something cooked up in a lab. And he's wrote a new book that I'm excited to share with you all. He'll be on the show today. Tons of stuff to do. It's a Finally Friday. First, how about some weather? Day weather forecast does show a chance for exploding trees. Wow. Just when you thought it was safe to stand under a tree, maybe in a thunderstorm, you'll stay dry, but your chances of getting lightninged, I think, are increased. And of course, the tree could explode right there over you. Casper, chance of snow, mainly after 3. Cloudy, 17 the high in Casper. Riverton, slight chance of snow in the morning. Cloudy, 22. Evanston, you got a slight chance of snow there around 2-ish in the afternoon. Cloudy, 36. Green River, snow if it shows up probably after 4 p.m. Cloudy, 34. Pinedale, mostly cloudy, 28 today. Alpine, just very slight chance of some snowflakes. Otherwise, becoming gradually sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. DuBois, chance of snow, mainly after 3 in the afternoon. Cloudy, 23. Jackson, slight chance of snow after 11 a.m. The afternoon could become sunny with highs near 30. Thermopolis, chance of snow today with highs 18. Chance of snow in Cody as well with a high around 11. That's it. Powell, you're not going to do a whole lot better than 10 for a high today. Buffalo, chance of snow, cloudy, highs 12. Winter weather advisory in Sheridan. That snow could be squally at times with a high of I don't see a high for Sheridan. 10. There it is. Gillette, chance of snow, cloudy, highs 9. That's all. Chance of 2 inches of snow in Newcastle. Cold weather advisory in Torrington with a chance of snow, highs 12. Wheatland, high 15, chance of snow. Might see some patchy snow in Cheyenne. Cloudy, breezy, 12 the high. Laramie, not much better than 20 with a chance of snow. And Rawlins, yes, you too could see snow around 11 a.m. or after. Cloudy, 21 in Rawlins. So a little bit of snow, as Don Day promised. Just a bit of snow as this pretty significant, actually, I think Don called it massive, polar vortex creeps its way down the Midwest, down the East Coast, and the rest of the nation really going to suffer with a cold, comparatively cold that would be considered average for Wyoming. But when it shows up in Georgia, stuff like highs in the 20s, that does not compute in the land of peaches. And note the overnight lows tonight, cold. One of the first times that statewide we're probably going to be under the 0 point. See a lot of minuses tonight. So whatever you do to prepare for overnight cold, close the basement door, cover the petunias. I'm sure all your plants are in by now or dead. But yeah, plug in the diesel. That stuff you do overnight when it's cold, do it tonight. We're going to be minus negative degrees really across the state tonight. That's a Don Day weather forecast. Big basketball game yesterday. I called for Jackson as they hosted the Riverton Wolverines. Got to see my buddy Jared Anderson. Jared over there in Riverton with County 10. Great sports guy. Calls a great game. Jackson girls got their second win of the year. They beat Riverton for the second time in a row in 2 years. And that's saying something. We're talking about last year when the Jackson girls beat the Riverton Wolverines, the Lady Broncs over the Lady Wolverines. It snapped a 79-game losing streak. This team, these poor girls lost nearly 80 games in a row. They had not won in years. There were players on the team that had never known a W. Seniors on the team that had never experienced a win. And they got that win against Riverton last year at about this same time. And last night, Riverton came back to Jackson, probably looking to avenge that. And the Lady Broncs got another win in a very similar game, close one. It was fun. Basketball, the Jackson boys came up short against the Riverton boys team, however. I failed to mention Tom Lubnau's going to be on the show. Tom Lubnau, attorney, one-time former Speaker of the House. Tom is a great go-to guy to understand what is going on in the legislature because, well, I don't know anyone knows even people in it right now don't know what's going on. It's craziness, the headlines. But Tom's a great guy because he's not long out of that treadmill. And he really brings a unique vantage point. He's been on the inside. He's seen the sausage made. He's now on the outside, and the best thing is he's fearless with the pen, with the keyboard. He's not afraid to call out stuff. His latest column we're going to talk about, he's going to come on and defend his latest column, I think, to the Freedom Caucus that Tom Lubnau says likes to run around in their red blazers with the slashing budget pen. And what they're doing is maybe not fiscal conservatism. It's maybe reckless institutional damage. So also says the governor, he's going to be on to echo the same thing. Appropriations Committee, I'm sure you know by now, the 12-member panel, for the most part, and some were not on board. I think many of the contentious votes were 9-3. The three objecting were usually Senator Ogden Driscoll, Senator Mike Garreau. But those supporting some severe budget cuts to the University of Wyoming, to Wyoming Business Council, to other concerns, those cutting have done so fairly aggressively. And opponents of these cuts say what the problem is. The state is not in a time of budget turmoil. We're doing okay. We do have a rainy day fund. It's the reason we save and are fiscally prudent. We're constitutionally mandated to balance our budget, so that's not going to be a problem. We're not upside down in the numbers. Challenges, yes, coming out of COVID. Some of the federal money that fell out of trees during the pandemic is gone. We reduced property tax for residents 25%. There's talk of doing even more on that front, so revenue's drying up. And in the 4 years previous to the 1 year now of Trump, we weren't drilling, we weren't mining under the Biden era. So those royalties and revenues kind of shrank away. Coal, oil, gas. I get it. Revenues tight. Time for belt tightening always. Some of these cuts seem drastic and seem to echo what's going on in D.C. with the doging. Wyoming is not. Washington, as Governor Gordon is going to come on and say, to echo his words. And no reason to be recklessly cutting like he says Lubnau is doing. His words. Governor will be on later today. Tom Lubnau's column is pretty much about the same thing. And Tom will be on this hour here pretty soon. I'm going to take a break and we'll dig into some of the stories of the day when we come back.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Here's what we're looking at story-wise today, or at least what interests me. And I think we'll start with a whole lot of shaking going on. Earthquake. Pretty significant earthquake. Just over the Wyoming line in Utah. They felt it in Evanston. Getting all shook up. You cannot do a story about an earthquake without quoting an Elvis Presley song. I'm all shook up. Magnitude 4.7, 25 miles south of Evanston, just over the Utah state line Thursday morning. I was drinking a cup of coffee, said one Evanston woman, on my bed when I felt it. Did she spill it? That's all I want to know. Let's see. We don't get a name. Tessa C is all we're going to refer to her as. She felt it one of the many people in Evanston who felt the jolt. 4.7's not a joke. That's significant. Now, it depends with whenever you're talking seismic activity, it depends on how deep the event was. This one at 15 kilometers, so fairly deep, I think. I've seen them as shallow as 5. I think 15 kilometers is on the deep side of things. So that means you'll feel it a little less, and you'll feel it a little differently depending on a lot of factors. Some people describe the feeling as one single jolt, as if a big tractor trailer was driving over a bridge nearby and it shook your house, or a train. Anybody who's lived next to a train or a subway in the big city, similar rumbly feeling. Sometimes it's just one jolt. Others, especially in here in Wyoming, experience an earthquake as a rolling wave. A couple of, it almost feels like somebody's rolling something across the floor. Let's say you have a wood floor, and someone took a cannonball and dropped it, dunk, and that's the first jolt, and then it rolled across the room. That's kind of what a earthquake feels. You're on the second floor, let's say, of a rickety building, and you got a wood floor, and somebody drops a cannonball and it rolls across the bedroom. Thunk. Because I've felt them. And when it first happens, you're not quite sure what it is. You're not quite sure you're feeling it. Depending on whether you're sitting, standing, what you're doing. I was sitting in a chair like I'm in now with one of these rolly deals. In fact, I was on the air. I don't remember. I felt a couple, 3 of them in my time here in Wyoming. But this one time I was on the air doing radio for this station in Jackson. And I was on the second floor. Our studios are on the second floor. So you really feel better on the second floor. Not on ground level, the second floor. Because the building, especially if it's a building that's made, kind of crummy, and you'll feel the building move. And I felt this shit. My chair moved. I thought the news guy, we had a Les Nessman news guy, who his real name is Tom Ninneman. Great guy. But Tom played Les Nessman. I played, I guess, Johnny Fever. I don't know who I was. I was like the young upstart, smart ass, whippersnapper. Del Rey, beloved Del Rey John, who just passed away not long ago. Del Rey was the straight man, who would have been, I don't know, I can't remember the WKRP guys, but Del Rey was the straight man with a baritone voice, classic FM modulated voice, who had surprising humor. Like, for a straight guy, he often had the best punchlines because you didn't see it coming. I was, just a rabble rouser like I still am. Del Rey was the straight guy, and Les Nessman was Tom Ninneman. And I thought Ninneman, and we didn't have much room in the studio. It was really tight. And me and Del Rey were up at the control board, and Ninneman was behind us, and my chair moved. Like, I was talking about nonsense, I'm sure. Blah, blah, blah. And then my chair moved and kind of rolled again. I'm like, Tom. And then I saw that Tom wasn't there or was too far away to have done anything. And I immediately said, that was an earthquake. And Del Rey thought it was an earthquake too. And we looked, there's a website where you go check. And sure enough, it was an earthquake in the Grovant area that often experiences 3-point-somethings. So a 4.7, that's pretty good jolt. You will feel that. And this Tessa C in Evanston said, I was drinking a cup of coffee on my bed when I felt it. And I wish, the story's from Andrew Rossi. Andrew, the follow-up question is, did you spill the coffee? Did it spill? Why did she even mention she had a cup of coffee if it didn't spill? That's what I want to know. Was a 4-7 enough to have her drinking coffee like so? And then the jolt comes, whoop, and you spill the coffee on your bed sheet. I don't know, maybe it's just me that wants to know that. Tessa says, I'm new to town. I was just waking up, and I was wondering if there was a moose trying to get into the house. Yeah, Tessa, whenever you feel the house shake a little bit, Tessa, it's rarely a moose trying to get into the house. It's rare for the earthquake as well, but on the scale of probably not, it's probably not a moose butting the side of your house. I doubt it. It's usually, one of these earthquakes, befuddling moment. Tessa quickly realized it was an earthquake. She said, I'm familiar with them. I was in Los Angeles for the big one. They talk about it still today, the big one. 1994. She also lived in Japan for a few years where they shake around a little bit. She said, I got a kick out of those things, Tessa said. James Mock, geologist with the WSGS, said the earthquake occurred just before 8 a.m. yesterday. So we were on the air. I don't remember any kind of a jolt. The epicenter just inside the Utah border, detected by seismographs. Seismic waves picked up on Elk Mountain. That's pretty far away, about 54 seconds from the original jolt. That, if you're a crow flying, is 230 miles from the epicenter. Elk Mountain is. And it took almost a full minute for you to feel it in Elk Mountain, 230 miles away. That's how long it takes that rolling sensation and earthquake, the earth moving, to travel. It's not real fast, is it? Interesting. Was this associated with a known tectonic fault? Let's see what Mauk had to say. He said there are a number of tectonic faults in the region associated with both the basin and range extension of the crust, the uplift of the Uinta Mountains. He said it's difficult to assign this particular earthquake to any particular fault at this time, but it did occur on the north flank of the Uinta Mountains. While classified as seismically active area, Mock said that Thursday 4.7 is, quote, fairly unusual. It is pretty high. 4.7 is a pretty good earthquake around here. We get a lot of 3. I mean, Yellowstone has a 2-point, 3-point every day, just about, in Jellystone. And to get a high 3s, low 4, it happens. 4.7, it's starting to get up there. Magnitude 4.9 between Evanston and Cokeville back in 2010. Probably the most notable we can recall from recent history. But enough to be felt across the Wasatch Front. They felt it in southwest Wyoming, Evanston area. They felt it. Casper Man led coppers on a wild chase. We're going to talk with Wyoming Highway Patrol Aaron Brown today. Maybe we'll mention this. What was it like chasing this nutcase down? Anybody who gets in 100-mile-an-hour high-speed chase from cops, I seriously have to question your sanity. Where do you think you're going? You're just putting others, innocent people, at risk. You're not going to get away. It's like 99.9% catch rate. We're going to get you. You can't outrun radio. as they say in the business. Can't outrun dispatch. 31-year-old Casper man accused of plowing into multiple patrol vehicles during a wild 100-mile-an-hour chase through Bar None, through Mills. This is in the Casper area. He's going to be in court next Tuesday to face multiple felony charges for what police call wanton disregard for human life. I think more penalties, stiffer penalties, should be tacked on to people that run. Once you run, they should just start the recording, start the dash cam. Once you start running, they should just tack on every dang thing they can think of. Speeding, reckless driving, endangerment. I don't know. I'm trying to think of everything you could put in there. They should throw the book at you, man. 31-year-old trying to run away from multiple patrol vehicles. Christopher Noah was finally stopped. 2 patrol vehicles and a 2018 GMC Terrain parked in front of a Bar None home had been hit. Noah was rocking a Honda Pilot, not typically the kind of vehicle that's going to achieve 100 miles an hour, I don't think. He drove that thing. He drove the wheels right off it. Shredded front right tire. And he literally drove the wheels off it. A half-hour chase. This Yahoo had cops in. 30-minute chase in a Honda Pilot. Okay, now I got to ask AI whether a Honda Pilot can typically do 100 miles an hour without falling off a cliff. Honda Pilot. Max speed. I mean, how did a Honda Pilot has 130 mile an hour on the speedometer? Get out. I'm surprised at that. A Honda Pilot. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right vehicle, but jeez, I can't believe. Okay, now's another one. Engine specs. Yeah, 130 on the speedometer. That doesn't mean it's achievable. Honda's own engineers speculate that the engine's capable of 113 miles an hour. So, okay. Another user, another Honda Pilot owner on Reddit says he was able to get his up to 110. And he's been immediately contacted by his state's highway patrol. When did this happen? Yeah, Honda Pilot, 100 miles an hour. So, in one hand, congrats to Chris Noah for getting that junker up to a triple digits. But come on, Noah. Showed wanton disregard for human life while operating a motor vehicle through the incident. Affidavit says Noah had improperly displayed license plates. Ding. Failed to obey traffic control device. Ding. Crossed a highway median. Chalked that up as well. And committed multiple occasions of failing to obey lawful commands. Yeah. Just tack them on, man. And throw the book at this guy. When you run, you're a moron. Noah sped right past Bar None, re-entered the freeway. I've lost interest now. I'm just surprised the Honda Pilot can make it to 100. Tom Lubnau, he'll be here in a moment.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Tom Lubnau is here. Tom, former Speaker of the House. As I was saying earlier, he offers great insight into what's going on in the state capitol with the legislature. If anybody could, and I don't even know if people that are in it now know what's going on. It's craziness. But Tom does bring the experience, and his latest opinion piece on the Cowboy State Daily just proves that he's a guy all about winning friends and influencing people. Tom, you're not holding back in this one. Holy cow, the Freedom Caucus, we'll say it's them, I guess, behind these appropriations cuts that they're drastic. They're surgery with a meat cleaver, as Tom says, not a scalpel. And it's not belt tightening. It's a tourniquet that's going to cause gangrene and death. Tom, boy, how do you really feel?
Well, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how Wyoming's economy works in the legislature. And so if you start with that fundamental misunderstanding, it's easy to say, well, we're out there protecting you. 2/3 of Wyoming's budget doesn't come from Wyoming's taxpayers. A family of three making about $60,000 and having a house pays about $3,500 in taxes, and the rest of it, when they receive $27,000 in government services, and the rest of it is made up by taxpayers from out of state. 1/3 of the state's budget comes from the federal government. 1/3 of the state's budget or more comes from the federal government, maybe almost up to 50%. And then another 1/3 of the state's budget comes from mineral severance taxes. So Wyoming taxpayers don't pay their own tax bill. So what happens in Wyoming is it's sort of a bizarre economic development that's evolved over the years where taxpayers or where we do economic development by hiring people and sending those dollars that would otherwise go into the state treasury out to the public, and then it keeps people working. Well, what's happened here effectively is they fired 1,800 people, 600 people who work for the state. And then with the multiplier effect, the people who sell them cars and houses and healthcare, that amounts to another 1,200 people are put out of work. You've lost about 160 jobs at the University of Wyoming. They say that you've got a $40 million cut. You divide that in half because it's a biennial cut, so it's $20 million a year. 80% of the university's salaries, or 80% of the university's, that's a generational blow because we're sending talent that we've developed over generations at the University of Wyoming out the door. And they protected two colleges, agriculture and education, didn't protect any sciences, didn't protect any engineering, didn't protect the College of Law. And so for years, we've been trying to build a tier 1 engineering school and trying to attract the top professors in the world to our engineering school. And then all of a sudden, they have to take a disproportionately high blow of maybe 10% out of their budget. And so they're going to end up firing people. Well, who wants to work in an environment like that? And so you lose the best and brightest who can go somewhere else, and it becomes really, really difficult to replace them. And then the athletic program, I don't know if it's generational, but if you make it so that nobody wants to go watch an athletic team because they're horrible because the legislature won't support them, then all of the people in the tourism industry, all of the hotels and all of the service industry people and all of the gas stations between all parts of Wyoming where people travel to university games in Colorado and that come to those university games don't go there anymore. And the universities worked really, really hard, particularly with football games, to make those an entertaining event. But if you're going to be wholly disappointed and watch a perennial bottom dollar, that becomes generational too. That's maybe even worse than the Black 14, which we're just, I think, starting to recover from a generation later.
Well, collegiate athletics is just intrinsically tied to a college. It is an economic driver for sure, as Tom Lubnau points out. It's also an enrollment driver. You've got to pay attention to sports. I get it. I'm not sure. I think it's all that necessary to be a D1 school and to do this NIL. I still hate it, but I get it. I don't want to, before we get deep into UW and those on the operating table of the blunt instrument that is cutting, you bring up a really good point I want to circle back to is who is the Freedom Caucus looking out for when you say this is Wyoming, not Washington? It's not the taxpayers that are really doing the heavy lifting here. So what is it? And also the fact that, Wyoming does balance the budget. We have to constitutionally. We're not really in a crisis. So what is behind these drastic cuts? Is it just grandstanding to tell taxpayers, look, we're helping you out, we're worried about you, we're cutting a bloat? I don't know.
Well, when you look at the Freedom Caucus propaganda that's coming out, and apparently we've hit a nerve because you're seeing a flurry of Freedom Caucus people writing editorials about how they're shrinking the size of government or they're protecting the taxpayer. It seems to me that if you can say somebody in a state where we have obstetric deserts, where people have to drive at least 50 miles to get to a doctor who can treat them, who will do labor and delivery kinds of work. To cut $17 million out of a budget to provide that kind of care is just purely disingenuous. It's a flat out lie. You're not controlling the growth of government. You're cutting for cutting's sake, I guess, for a campaign issue. These aren't surgical cuts. And if you wanted surgical cuts, we've done them. We've done them in the past a lot, where you say to the agencies, all right, if you can absorb a 5% cut, you absorb it. This is just picking winners and picking losers so that I guess they can grandstand and campaign. Next week, I'll talk about all of the dark money that's flowing into Wyoming in my column. And we don't know who those dark money people are. Don't know what they're doing, don't know what their motivations are, why they're dumping so much money into Wyoming politics. There's a bill filed last night to sell $200,000 of, or 200,000 acres of Wyoming land to homesteaders for $1 an acre. If that comes to fore, everybody in my family is going to build their own house and homestead and live there 5 years and get 25 acres of land for $25. So we're seeing a lot of efforts both on the national level and the local level to dismantle what makes Wyoming, Wyoming, wide open spaces, and turn it into and take away jobs and opportunities. We've opposed not everything, but most everything new, nuclear energy, wind energy, gravel pits. I mean, everything that would develop our economy or move the economy forward or give new jobs, we've opposed. So if the motivation is to get rid of all of the jobs and opportunities, get rid of the tax base, and Albert Summers had a great article today about people walking around in red coats bemoaning the deficit that we have, which is mostly in education. Well, that deficit is totally due to the tax cuts. If you cut off the income source, you don't have the money to spend. So it's, shooting yourself in the foot. Well, so wrecking the education system, wrecking our university. What are the drivers behind that? And unless you're trying to create a place where Wyoming's a park for really, really rich people who don't have to earn an income, people on retirement incomes, people who are independently wealthy, and then support services to really, really rich people who don't need to earn an income, then I don't know what the motivation is. It doesn't make sense.
Tom Lubnau's column of the Cowboy State Daily: Freedom Caucus cuts amount to a pink slip for Wyoming. Read that. Very interesting. Tom, when you're not long out of the legislature, when you were there, I want to go back to this dark money thing, because all these things we're talking about, whether it's budget cuts under the guise of fiscally conservative, or whether it's the dark money issue, or whether it's just sound bites, headline things that look good in DC, echoed in Wyoming, where they're not really applicable. It's all poisoning of our lawmaking process, really. When you were in the legislature, was there dark money? Now, there's always been lobbying. There's registered lobbyists. We get it. People will lobby their cause. But dark money is lobbying with cash and on the down low. Was that a thing when you were there? And do you really feel that we're in danger of seeing that influence elections, influence political decisions here? Is it here in Wyoming?
Yes, I think the objective evidence, and I'm foreshadowing a column I'm working on for next week.
Yeah.
Dark money targeted incumbents all over the state of Wyoming, and as best I can tell, 2 incumbents survived that targeting. In Wyoming, campaigns used to be local. Your friends and neighbors would donate to you. You'd talk about local issues, and then you go down and represent to the legislature your local issues. And so there never was really Republicans, Democrats, true conservatives. There were people who were more conservative because their areas were more conservative. There were people who were more liberal because their areas were more liberal. And they represented their friends and neighbors. This last election, 2024, I think took the Wyoming voters by surprise because there were slick mailers coming in on national issues like the main one that sticks in everybody's memory is the one where they said that the 2 legislators from Southwest Wyoming voted to keep Trump off the ballot, which was preposterous at best. And then they've had, the same people argued that Albert Summers was a Chinese communist agent, which you can say a lot about Albert, but being a Chinese communist agent is not one of them. He was on the board of directors of the State Legislative Leaders Foundation. And years before he was on that board, they'd had an outreach to China. And when I was on the board, we had an outreach to Croatia. And we went and met with the guy who was who wrote the Croatian Constitution, sort of their Thomas Jefferson. Just to see how evolving democracy, and it was an education program for legislators just to see how other people work, not to be advocates for them. Well, so you conflate that into Albert Summers as a Chinese communist. Well, that's preposterous too. But there's still a lot of people out there, and maybe even a lot of your listeners, that would believe those crazy things. And so then you see so-and-so's against guns. Well, nobody who gets elected in Wyoming's against guns. That's just not the case. But we've seen, and there was a lawsuit even before the 2024 election when Ed Buchanan was Secretary of State. He sued the Wyoming gun owners to disclose their donors list. And the federal court said, no, Wyoming Gun Owners is an independent organization. It's not a PAC. And so they don't have to tell people who's funding all of the flyers that say, or all of the guys in front of whiteboards drawing pictures saying so-and-so's against guns when, some of them have been the best hunters I ever met. So it's been growing. I think the Wyoming Gun Owners lawsuit and that decision that said that dark money can stay dark really opened the floodgates. And there's a lot of, and it may be insurmountable for Wyoming candidates in local legislative races to stand up to those kind of attacks. And if that's the case, then we've sold Wyoming to dark money interests, which is what I'll write about next week.
And we're getting a little ahead of what's on Tom Lubnau's agenda, but yes, you'll be looking for that next. Tom Lubnau, Cowboy State Daily columnist. The latest one, though, we're talking about is the Freedom Caucus influenced Appropriations Committee and some of their budget cuts, whether it's University of Wyoming, Wyoming Business Council, healthcare, slashes across the board, hard ones. Are they necessary? Is this conservative stewardship? Or is this reckless demolition? Tom has an opinion about it, and he knows what it is, and he explains that in the column. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake.
Looking forward to the next one. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily. That's Tom Lubnau. Check out that column in the Cowboy State Daily. Very interesting. Freedom Caucus cuts amount to really a pink slip for Wyoming. We'll talk more budget cuts and all that jazz and everything, really, on a fine late Friday of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to pause now for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side. I'll see you in 6, I promise.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming bill that would have required voter approval to impose stormwater fees died in committee on Wednesday on a tie vote despite lawsuits over tax-like charges. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the lawmakers debated tax-free laws and flood risks, leaving infrastructure funding in limbo.
This is all happening in the context of a bill that was brought to the Select Water Committee. And even though the bill failed, what really came out of the discussion is just how big of a quagmire this issue is and how much is at stake with things like stormwater drain infrastructure. And what people don't realize is you've got all kinds of infrastructural expenses related to managing rain and stormwater runoff. The University of Wyoming, who is suing the city of Laramie because they say that the fee is not a fee, it's a tax.
Now, the bill's demise is a reprieve for municipal leaders, but it also leaves cities and other stakeholders in a state of limbo as pressure builds to address stormwater infrastructure. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals is considering whether a Rock Springs School District's transgender privacy policy violates parents' rights. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a local couple says behind the policy, teachers called their daughter by a boy name without telling them.
The 10th Circuit has taken it under advisement now. So what would happen is the 10th Circuit will either say, oh, no, we think the judge got it right to dismiss it, and then Tracus can drop it or appeal it. Or the 10th Circuit will say the judge got it wrong and bat it back down to the lower court for more litigation.
At stake is whether the higher court is going to reverse or uphold the April 2025 order of Wyoming-based U.S. District Court Judge Scott Skavdal, who dismissed the Wiley's civil rights case against the school district. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water. And slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Moments after reportedly shooting his estranged wife early Wednesday at their home near the Wyoming-Idaho border, 43-year-old Christopher Moon texted his mother-in-law. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the chilling text offered an explanation as to why he shot Cassandra Klinger.
So according to a screenshot I received, Christopher texted his mother-in-law, Satan got a hold of me. I'm so sorry. I love her so much. The oldest daughter, Alexa Edwards, just said, yeah, we've seen red flags all along. The youngest daughter, Jessica, also said it was a cycle of honeymooning and huge explosions and then more honeymooning and huge explosions until Cassie, finally age 23, got kind of the wherewithal to leave and file for divorce. And then this happened on a road near her mother's home.
Wyoming isn't immune to a rat invasion like the infestation taking place in Boise that one exterminator called a, quote, nuclear bomb of rats, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a Wyoming zoology professor says that spikes in rat populations can result from favorable conditions and mild winters.
The two exterminators I talked to said, we can't keep up with it. It's gotten to the point where there's no way we're ever going to kill these rats off. The best we can do is kind of hold the line. And I also talked to a rodent expert, a zoologist at the University of Wyoming, and the big question is, could it happen here? He said absolutely. If you get one of these invasive species of rats, like Norway rats or whatever, and they're able to, hit that magic spot where they can start reproducing rapidly in a particular area, and they have a food source, it could happen here too.
John Kaprowski, dean of the UW's Hobbs School of Environmental and Natural Resources, tells Cowboy State Daily that the fact that the non-native species has been so successful for centuries here in the United States is because of their association with people, and that tells us they're not likely to disappear anytime soon. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, and Dr. Alexander joins us. Provost Ann Alexander, Academic Affairs at University of Wyoming. Yes, we're going to talk more about the appropriations and their cuts concerning University of Wyoming this time around. This young lady's got a PhD, a master's, and she's forgotten more about economics than we'll ever know. Dr. Alexander, wow. President Seidel wrote all we need to know, really, and I want you to just really flesh it out. His guest column, his letter to the editor for Cowboy State Daily on just what it means when $40 million cuts in block grants to the university. What that's going to mean is UW can't do what it's been doing. Let's take small bites, each piece, whether it's the football team or where exactly the cuts are going to hurt and stuff like that. But first, you're perfectly suited, I think, to give us an idea of why University of Wyoming is unique. It's not Yale. It's not Harvard. We're unique to Wyoming. We're talking about an institution that was around long before we were even a state. So why and what that means when we're talking about UW and a commitment to the state and state leaders to back this university. We thought of it long before we thought of a lot of things.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Jake. Thank you for having on this morning. I watch you every morning as much as I can. So
really, nice.
Yeah, I do. The University of Wyoming was founded, as you pointed out, before we even had a state. We were still a territory. And one of my colleagues the other day pointed out that on our cornerstone for our first building, Old Main, it says in Latin, roughly translated, he had a home from where he could be educated, meaning our state's founders didn't want our young people having to leave the state in order to get a quality higher education. And the Morrill Act really set the stage for that, right? Justin Morrill, the senator who really pushed for this, wanted broader access to higher education. And that's why we're not Harvard or Yale or William and Mary. Those were the only games in town before. He and the whole U.S. Congress wanted there to be broader democratized access to education. And so our state's founders took that to heart. And we are not just the land grant, we're the flagship. We provide nurses, engineers, health professionals, lawyers. I could go on and on. But what we're really here to do is serve the state. And we make sure that always comes first in our obligations, because that's what a land grant is supposed to do.
The Morrill Act of 1862, because there was the foresight that education crucial to the state, important to the early state leaders. give us an idea. I saw President Seidel, and he throws around millions to this. Millions to this department, million cut to here. I don't know what millions means to me. Like, is 20 million? Is that a lot? Is that a little? 40 million overall. So what, as you understand it, give me a sense of what it'll mean to each department of the university. Does it mean we can hire less professors? We have to pay them less? What does it mean really, as you know it today, if it went through?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're still trying to parse that out, but as we understand the proposed legislation would mean that there would be, besides our College of Agriculture, Life Sciences, and Natural Resources, and the College of Education, all the other colleges, so the College of Law, Health Sciences, Arts and Sciences, Business, I'm forgetting somebody. I apologize to my deans. Every other college, the libraries, everybody else, UW Casper, would receive about a 15.5% cut. And so it depends on, the engineering college has a bigger budget, obviously, than, say, for example, the College of Law. So it would if we're looking proportionally, everybody got the same, and it was just the colleges and nobody else at the university, then that would be the impact. What that would mean is we would definitely need to cut programs. We would need to go through a process internally, but also with our stakeholders to figure out which programs those are. And the thing about the way this place is set up, it's very labor intensive, right? People teaching people, people doing research. And so there's no real fat to cut there. There's just professors and programs. And so I think that's the thing to keep in mind. We wouldn't be able to do nearly as much. I know a lot of our folks that, for example, in political science, we have a program in civics education where they go around the state and help teachers develop their curriculum in civics education, the Malcolm Wallet initiative. That would probably be impacted simply because our travel budget would have to go down. So going around the state would be impacted. There are lots of examples I could give, but I think it's to be determined, but very, very, very rough math, probably about 160 jobs.
Here's another topic, and we're talking to Ann Alexander, University of Wyoming Provost, Dr. Alexander. This is me talking, but to what degree are you going to agree with me or not is what I want to know. I would like to see more of a firewall built between Cheyenne and Laramie, between lawmakers and the university. I get that funds come from the state through the lawmakers. I get it. Cheyenne plays a role in what happens in Laramie on campus at the University of Wyoming. But in the past, we've seen things like lawmakers rattling the saber over what volleyball players should be playing, over what DEI, what curriculum. And to me, when you're talking about these appropriations committee budget cuts, when they get specific, like this department will have an exemption, the College of Agriculture, it's lawmakers playing favorites with the curriculum. And boy, I get scared when I see the government involved in what we're going to teach.
Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of go down the middle on this one. I see both sides. Our earliest lawmakers, when they were writing chapter 21 of the Wyoming statutes, I actually know that. Yeah, I teach a class called Econ Law and Government. Section 17 is about the University of Wyoming, and they sort of put a bunch of different ideas out there, like, you might want to teach fine arts, you should teach philosophy, hey, military science, which we do all of those things, right? And then all the mechanical arts and agriculture. But they also were sort of like, but we know things change over time, so we'll let you figure out what that looks like over time. They have added over the years School of Energy Resources and things like that. Medical education that we do in consortium with other universities. So they've helped us in direction, right, over time. And I think that's an important thing for them to be able to do, because they represent our citizens. And so we should be listening in that respect. But it is a tricky wicket to say, in one part of that law, it says the trustees and the faculty will be in charge of the curriculum, and the trustees oversee the faculty, right? And then so we kind of have to do both, right? We have to hear what the needs of our stakeholders in the state are, what our employers need, what our industry needs, and then also recognize that the trustees are the ultimate authority over our curriculum.
I didn't mean to take us down a side avenue, Dr. Alexander. Let's get back to money, the budget. Whenever we see budget cuts, doging, belt tightening, there's a presumption that means there's bloat somewhere. But as President Seidel points out in his letter to the editor, to his piece, the budget has been larger. In 2013, $371 million. Today, $366 million. So in a time of escalating costs and everything's going up, not necessarily going up. What is there, as far as you know, being at UW, is there an issue with the budget? Why the cutting?
I've been here as a graduate student and then as a professional over 30 years, and we've gone through a lot of pretty big budget cuts that were, deficit driven. So the state was looking at deficits. So we've had to adapt over time. And I would say we are a lean, mean fighting machine. We've tried to reorganize ourselves to really, really focus on the needs of the state. And there's no fat. And we're getting down to bone in many places. And so, our staff are the backbone of this place. They're not the ones that everybody always thinks of, but they're the ones who do the yeoman's work around here and make sure that we run as a business, as a nonprofit business. And they haven't had a raise in several years, and so it starts to feel pretty demoralizing to the staff who do most of the work and stay here the longest. So anyway, I think what I'm trying to say is that our staff have taken on a lot more over the years because we haven't been able to raise our budgets. We've tried to bring in more grant revenue from federal government, from corporate partners. We have a lot of partnerships with great corporations around the state. But I think we've tightened about as much as we possibly can. That said, there are always things that we can look at. We can try to figure out how to do things differently. We will work with the budget that we're given, but it will be a lot different this time, I think.
Dr. Alexander, University of Wyoming, if there's no bloat on the receiver side, then maybe the giver says, well, times are tough. I can't give as much. But there appears to be no crisis situation with the state budget. The state's in pretty good. I mean, the governor says, with his 2-year budget, he proposed a lean budget. There's not real sky is falling concerns with. So again, it's perplexing why. I guess why is for the appropriations for Freedom Caucus to explain. But what can you do? What can any of us do? I mean, this is not a done deal. Obviously, this is committee suggesting $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. If that means no more Josh Allen, if that means we're going to be playing D2, I don't know. What does that mean to professors and how we're going to get folks paid on campus? But what can we do moving forward? Because we're not there yet. February 9th begins session, and anyone's voice can be heard. What is the university suggesting how we get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. What I would say is we have alumni across the state and friends, just people who love the university, who love to come to our events, see our football games, watch our women's basketball team, come to theater and musical events. And so, but that's part of what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be part of this state with you all. So I think just helping tell our value, if you see value in us, to your local legislator. I think one of the things to keep in mind is that something of this magnitude, even if it was just a temporary thing, even if it was just for a couple or 4 or 5 years, it would take us 7 to 10 years to build back to where we are now as a Research One institution, as a full scale land grant, as your university. And so I think it's just it's more telling what it means to you. To me, what it means to me is it's changed my life. This state has changed my life. This university has changed my life. I came from another land grant institution. I stayed here because I love it here, because of the unique value that this place brings, and the people that work here, how much they love this place, how loyal they are, how passionate they are, how they will drive through a snowstorm to visit, anybody that needs help from us. And so, and we are here for the state. So I think, that's what I would say. Just, I know our alumni and friends are hearing about this, and I hope that they'll be mindful. We're not lobbyists. We don't lobby on our own behalf, but we want to make sure people have facts about what this might do to us.
Dr. Alexander, she bleeds brown and gold now. Wasn't always that way. It was not your fault you were born in New Mexico, but you got here as quick as you could. I love it.
I talked to my parents about that, but they live in Sheridan now. So,
nice.
So we're all brown and gold.
Well, the world needs more cowboys, especially more Scots. That's important as well. Let's see. What is that? The last thing I wanted to. Oh, the future president search. How's that looking, man? President Seidel probably can't wait to ride off into the sunset, and the next person up they're going to be into a world of turmoil right away. How's the search going?
So I'm not on the search committee, but the updates that we get are favorable. They're going to be doing their work over the next couple months, reviewing the candidates and then figuring out who to bring forward to the trustees and then to campus. So we're hopeful that it's someone who understands Wyoming, who understands the land grant mission, the unique position that the University of Wyoming has. And we hope that they will stay as long, or if not longer, than President Seidel, because stability is super important to folks here because of the loyalty factor among the staff and faculty.
$40 million proposed cut in UW block grant will be significant. It will be it'll affect more than just the coming 2 years. As Dr. Alexander points out, it'll have long-lasting implications at University of Wyoming. Thank you for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. Have a great Friday.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show, moving along. Let's get right to Don Day, because I want to see if any trees have exploded in his yard. That is just when you thought, man, that you've heard it all with weather sensationalism. Don, the bomb cyclone is so yesterday in the weather fear factor mode. It's now exploding trees that we have to worry about. Is that for real?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see how it could be a thing. Yeah.
I mean, just minding your own business, trying to stay warm with your muffler and your toque and your puffer. And the next thing you know, that elm tree next to you blows up. Weather is trying to kill us.
Yeah, I've told you many times, we live on a dangerous planet. And I think there's a lot of times we take things for granted. A lot of times we get really comfortable, but the weather can get mean, really mean.
Yeah, so we've been keeping an eye on this actual polar vortex. It's going to affect the country, especially those not used to a winter. Here in Wyoming, it's just going to be winter for finally. But you're seeing more and more of an influence on Wyoming. The drive-by is now becoming a reality today. A little bit of snow here and there and colder for sure.
Yeah, we got a lot of places that have dipped a little below zero this morning in the northeast part of the state, or at least single digits. And the cold air is going to be locked in pretty much through Monday morning. We'll see it start to retreat a little bit Monday and Tuesday. But for the next, we've got a solid 72 hours here of bitter cold temperatures and wind chills. We've got a little bit of snow today. There's another little wave that's going to cut across the state on Sunday, and that'll bring kind of another round of snow. So we're kind of on the we're in the cheap seats. We're in the nosebleed section of this storm, just on the edge of it. So we're participating, but we can barely see the field of play.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, across the rest of the nation. I mean, this is the impacts of the storm are going to be far and wide. And, the deep freeze for the central and eastern part of the country is going to last. We're talking about the deep freeze here for 3 days. We're going to see this go a week or more, and this is really going to just take a look at natural gas prices. Look, this morning, they were over $5. A couple of weeks ago, they were $3.
Yeah.
So, we're going to have a lot, and hopefully you don't have a flight somewhere today or for the next several days anywhere.
It's such greed gouging. I hate that. But yeah, we're going to be watching this play out through binoculars up there in the nosebleed section. Thank goodness we'll have a little distant participation. But okay, I know when you're correct about the minus when we're on the wrong end of zero. Whenever I turn the water on to fill the coffee pot, if nothing happens, we're below zero. It's the house I live in. I can tell the exact temperature by whether the water works or not.
Jake's plumbing thermometer. I love it.
Don, go have a weekend, man. Thank you.
Don't put your tongue on the flagpole.
No.
Okay.
All right. We'll be right back.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Josh. We're going to make that a new thing. Friday edition, Jake and Josh Show. Josh Dorrell's with us, Wyoming Business Council, the agency on the receiving end of some aggressive cuts by appropriations. We've been talking about that all morning. Just had Dr. Alexander on, talked about what those cuts might mean to the university, what it'll mean to healthcare. Tom Lubnau was on. And the Wyoming Business Council and economic growth and fostering small business, entrepreneurship. Josh, I'm reading a little bit of your letter to the public. Very interesting, very timely. Where do you want to start?
Well, Jake, thanks for having me on. I think where I'd like to start is the just sort of the dichotomy here between where the Joint Appropriations Committee is trying to take the state and what we're seeing out there in terms of opportunity.
Yeah.
Just last week, we approved 2 loans to keep businesses Wyoming owned and let them serve customers across the state. And then this week, we were actually at the SHOT Show, which is the shooting, hunting, and outdoor show in Las Vegas, where we got to support a number of the businesses that have started in Wyoming, come to Wyoming, and serve that great industry that our Second Amendment supports. And then we also talk to companies that are looking to come to Wyoming, and we're sending some really mixed signals out there. And I hope that we can kind of square it up and realize that businesses are the key to strong communities and keeping our families together.
I like that, Josh. I think maybe there's a misperception from those who are under or ill-informed if they only listen or look at headlines that the Wyoming Business Council, not only the accusations that the Business Council plays favorites, but backs businesses and economic opportunities that that are not Wyoming. There's so many, like what I would consider true Wyoming things, whether it's energy projects, firearms manufacturers, stuff like that. So it's just how many different businesses or how many different community opportunities do you think are out there running right now because of Business Council? They would not exist without you. Dozens, right?
Absolutely. And what I think people don't understand is that most of the work that we do catalyzes growth in a community. So people think, oh, well, it's just this one business. Well, that one business has partners that it works with, customers that it works with, other vendors, and all of those cluster around. If you take a look at the growth in a place like Sheridan County, for example, their growth has been dramatic in light manufacturing because of these catalytic events that we're doing. And we don't fund the companies, we fund the community and allow that growth to happen. Another example I heard just this week was a gentleman who owns a firearms company up in the northwest part of the state. And he was mentioning firearms are the thing that they're known for the most. But optics is something that he is also known for and wants to start building optics here in the state. But he's got a choice to make. He's got to be able to do it here, and he's being pulled away by states like Texas. I don't want to lose that portion and that maybe 100 jobs that could come with the optics company. And that again creates another opportunity for us to cluster and build a know-how that other states don't have, and we don't want to lose that. And it's not just in firearms. It is in light manufacturing all over the place. It's also in a lot of the technology sectors. And I think we really got to take a look and say, what are we saying to the outside world? And also, what are we saying to young people in the state today?
Josh Dorrell is with us, Business Council. Yes, that's a good point. Somebody somewhere is making decision on expansion or a startup, and is thinking, I don't know, Montana, Utah, Texas, Wyoming, and what Business Council does and how they can attract this next business has been vitally important for Wyoming and economy. And yet, good point. It's not a business owners asking, I need you to pay my staff for a year. I need salary for 1 year to get me going. It's other stuff. It might be housing. It might be infrastructure. And you have saved some dying towns and communities in Wyoming. It could be ghost towns. You anchor one business and that creates another business. And I don't know. I see all the benefits Business Council is doing. I get it.
Well, the other part, Jake, I think that is maybe even more important is this idea that we should just destroy things and we'll see what happens next. I think it needs to be really taken a look at. And I know this is going to sound crazy to viewers and maybe even to you, but I'm actually glad this is happening right now because we are maybe the most misunderstood agency in the state. And this is giving us an opportunity to develop a relationship with the legislature and show exactly how we can work together. because that's ultimately the way Wyoming works, is we work together, not just destroy it and see what happens. We work together to come up with the best solution for Wyoming. And so I think it's a golden opportunity for the public to understand, the legislature to understand, us understand the needs even better, and come up with something that makes sense, not just throw everything away and like destroy things and see what happens and let things fall where they may. I just think that we're better than that. And I don't think that's the Wyoming way.
Yeah, the positive out of this could be if heartburn over business council truly is deriving appropriations suggested cuts to the agency, then what is it that you don't like? What can we fix? Let's open the books. Let's start transparency or continue transparency. If it's killed, if you in effect get rid of business council, how does it ever come back? I don't think it does.
Well, I mean, and I think that's a question that we should all be asking those folks in power is, what's your plan for after that? Is it just to let the tide continue and watch companies leave and youth leave? Or is it to say, hey, we can do something about it? And again, I think the people you ask about that plan are the people that do it every day and work together. And I guess that's where this just really interesting, frankly, cognitive dissonance is coming in, where I'm just like, what is happening that we all of a sudden can't work together? What is happening that we can't work on a problem that we all agree is a problem, which is businesses, can't thrive, and that therefore families have to break up.
Josh and the board of directors at the Business Council have drafted a letter to the public continuing the discussion, maybe even beginning the discussion. I don't know. There was one before appropriation said we need to get rid of this agency. WyomingBusiness.org is where you can find it. WyomingBusiness.org. There's a great open letter to the public. Dear Wyoming. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, Jake, so I was talking with a number of firearms manufacturers this week, and some of them have just really said, look, we were competing against other states, and we chose Wyoming because the Wyoming Business Council was able to really kind of make it possible in those communities. And so they've sent letters to the legislature and said, look, this is reality. We understand that there's some ideology. We understand that you have changes that we might want to make, but reality is we can't play this game in communities that don't have the infrastructure for growth, that don't have the workforce that we need. So you're going to have to address those problems, not just ignore them. And I think that it's not just those companies that are in the firearms industry. I think it goes much more than that. I just saw something about West Virginia putting together a program, to make sure that their communities are ready for business. And I'm thinking to myself, some states are pushing forward and trying to make this happen. And I want to be ahead of them, not behind them.
Yeah, and I think it's an easy argument to say government doesn't belong in the private sector, government doesn't belong in business, but the fact it is in other states, and it does work. And Wyoming, certainly a state that teeters on the edge of boom bust all the time. We don't have many people. Yes, we need to foster our economy. We need to foster business. All right. So as I discussed with Dr. Alexander of UW, what can be done now? Because, again, I want to emphasize this is not done deal. A budget session doesn't begin till next month, February 9th. All these things are going to be discussed on the floor, the whole of Congress. The House and the Senate is going to vote on this stuff, but Appropriations has made suggestions to cut the agency. So what do we do? Moving forward till we get to February?
Yeah. So Jake, I think it's pretty simple. It is work together to come up with legislation that gets rid of some of the old programs that don't make sense, gets rid of some of the weight that we're carrying around that frankly doesn't matter. We've doged ourselves and done that with programs, but I think there's some statutory changes that could really help us, again, do economic development the Wyoming way. And we want to work with the legislature to do that. The other thing is that we're going to have to get back into the budget in some way, and I think what we're suggesting is let's work together to come up with a number that allows us to continue to function and perform those needed gap fillers, if you will, in business. And then finally, I do think that the public is going to have to tell their legislators how important it is for new business opportunities, for families to be able to stay together, and make sure that legislators hear from their constituents about the way they see the economy and the world. Because otherwise, then we're just going to be in a vacuum, and that's just not a good place to be for the state. I think people on the ground have got to start letting folks know in the legislature how important it is for their businesses and their communities to thrive.
Well, yeah, and it begins first with rescuing the business council. I mean, the defunding was one piece of bad news, but the idea that dissolution is the end goal, the end game, really? So let's rescue that from the fire, and then let's figure out what is appropriate funding, identify the misses. There have been some. Josh will tell you that. Let's fix it. Yep. And there's been a great a majority of success stories, though, as well, in yeah, Wyoming Business Council cuts from the appropriations, and good luck, Josh. And I'm with you. We're with you, wyomingbusiness.org. Go learn more.
Thank you, Jake.
You bet. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks.
Wyoming Business Council, Josh Dorrell, joining the show in the Cowboy State Daily. One of the victims of presumably budget cuts, aggressive budget cuts. I see all sides of the argument. Government's involvement in the private sector and business. Business Council does, at the end of the day, pick winners and losers. It does have to choose who they support through grants and loans. Yes. But is it all wrong? Or part wrong, or mostly right? We got to figure that out. And we're going to do it in Cheyenne, February 9th. What a budget session this is lining up to be. Let's get a break. We got more guests coming, more show coming in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
again of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Good to have you along with us. Andrew Rossi will be here shortly by my agenda. Meanwhile, we could real quick do this day in history. 1870, Colonel Eugene Baker orders his men to attack a sleeping camp of peaceful Blackfeet along the Marias River in northern Montana. It was a horrible, black eye, bad part of history. This band of Blackfeet had nothing to do with previous aggressions towards white people. It's one of the many instances in history of stuff we'd like to forget. 1895, Clarence Clark takes office as U.S. Senator from Wyoming. Residents of Kemmer voted to incorporate their little town in 1899 on this day. Happy birthday, Kemmer. 1901, the legislature meets in a joint session to pick a senator. They chose a guy named Francis E. Warren. Nice pick. He would end up being a pretty noteworthy politician and all-around good guy in Wyoming. 1905 this day, the Brooks hosted a reception for officials and politicians at the new governor's mansion. The Brooks? I'm not sure the significance of that family name. 1907 this day, Cheyenne policeman Charles Edwards died of stab wounds on his 32nd birthday. Just a few days earlier, he had been stabbed when pursuing a man who fled a tavern incident. This happened in 1907, Cheyenne. 1908, Powell Post Office is established. And this day, 1932, New York Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt announces his candidacy for Democratic presidential nomination. And speaking of presidents, it was this day, 1973, when Richard Nixon announced an accord had been reached to end the Vietnam War. All these things happened this day in history, January 23rd. Right? Yeah. All right, with the Western soundtrack, that can only mean Rossi's riding onto the scene. Andrew?
Jake?
What's going on?
It's a Friday, and it's getting cold and snowy, so it's finally winter for a lot of folks.
Winter does appear to be arriving. And on a weather-related theme, Andrew Rossi has rewritten that old puzzler, if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, although your rewrite is if a tree explodes in a forest, did cold weather cause it? Just when you thought the bomb cyclone was the only thing you had to worry about with weather, it's trees just blowing up? What?
Well, it's a bit of an exaggeration. The technical term is frost cracking, but it does sound like an explosion to anybody who's experienced it. It's like a gunshot because you've got a nice placid tree just doing its thing, and next thing you know it, you hear a loud sound and it looks like it's exploded outward. And that's because I heard two explanations. Sometimes it's the water and the sap inside the tree that's rapidly freezing and expanding that builds up energy, and that causes a tree explosion or frost cracking. And then at other times when it gets really cold, the outside of the tree shrinks faster than the inside, and that also builds up energy that can lead to this phenomenon. And it's just like it's splitting wood, which I'm sure you've heard the sound of splitting wood before. Now just imagine that, except there's no force except the force that's inside the wood itself that's causing it to implode, essentially.
Yes, if you've ever worked a hydraulic log splitter, and before the wedge can get in there and do its thing, sometimes the wedge isn't sharp enough or the wood's so dense or whatever, it'll just like pop, whack. And I bet it's the same sound as a tree exploding because of cold.
Good times.
Yeah, my friend, I got a friend in Nebraska who sent me that a notice of that before you wrote the story, and immediately thought, Andrew, he sent me this thing. He's like, look, trees are exploding in Nebraska, or it might explode in Nebraska. And I'm like, oh, man, Andrew's probably all over this. Sure enough, you had the story hours later. Amazing. I don't know if you've ever heard a tree pop because of weather, but have you ever felt an earthquake? It's interesting. At first, you're probably not sure what it is. Tessa quite wasn't, and she's been around earthquakes. A 4.7 just over the border in Utah. They felt the shaking in Evanston. Andrew, before you get into the story, have you ever been anywhere where you felt a little bit of a tremor?
I think so. There was one time in Cleveland when there was an earthquake, and I remember that happening. I remember feeling it for maybe just a moment or two, but I can't recall like going through the whole phenomenon of an earthquake before. I'd like to at some point in my life, but we can't promise these things.
Yeah, you never know when they're coming. There's no forecast for that, like trees blowing up. But yes, Tessa C., one of the people who did feel a little bit. She grew up in L.A. She was there for the big one in the 90s. She's been in Japan where they have some seismic activity. 4.7 is pretty significant. Is that what you found out?
It is and it isn't. I spoke to the Wyoming State Geological Survey, and they said a 4.7 for that region is fairly unusual. It's a bit more intense than they typically get from that spot, while acknowledging that it is a seismically active area. And this is southwest Wyoming and eastern Utah, where you have a bunch of faults that are just a result of natural tectonic activity, but also the thrust up of mountains in the area. So there's a lot going on. So getting earthquakes in that spot isn't unheard of. They have records of several over the last few decades, but it was still pretty intense. And the fact that, people were feeling it as far away as they did shows that it had a lot of potency behind it. But so it's kind of it's both at the same time, if that makes sense. Yes, it was more intense than we typically would experience, but it's in an area where these sort of things are known to happen.
Yeah, there are known tectonic fault lines. The Uinta Mountains. This happened in the northern Uinta, so it's an activity that's expected in this area. But 4.7, that you will feel that, and you'll feel it from quite a ways away. I was interested in this story to see. This is the first time I've ever seen how time plays out. You noted that it was experienced or felt or tripped one of the, what do you call those things when the needle is going? They got you hooked up
seismograph.
To the yeah. All the way in Elk Mountain, more than that, 230 miles as the elk flies. Is that right? And it took like almost a minute for the ripple to get there.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about earthquakes, that they do actually send a wave of energy through the ground that can be picked up in places. I remember I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, and the Cleveland Museum of Natural History had a seismograph, and they were always showing evidence of earthquakes, but it wasn't earthquakes that they're having in Cleveland. It was stuff that they picked up from Indonesia, because even if you don't get the full intensity of the quake because you're so far from the epicenter where it originated, you can still pick up the waves as they move through the Earth's crust. So getting waves or picking up waves on a seismograph that's 230 miles away from the epicenter, not unheard of, but it took about 55 seconds for it to get there.
That was surprising to me. I've never heard of that. I never had anybody explain that, and that seemed like a long time to me. But now we know, as far as this particular incident, how long it took to travel there. Yeah, sometimes you see big, like 7 or 8 on the magnitude somewhere else in the world. And then later, like a day later, sure enough, there'll be a 4-point-something in Wyoming. It's so weird how it's all one rock that we're on. I guess it's to be expected.
Yeah, but it's probably worth mentioning, and I actually referenced a story that you wrote about this, Jake, is that this earthquake, and no earthquake would be large enough to trigger an eruption of Yellowstone. So that's one thing that we can put to bed once again.
Speaking of Yellowstone, has 3s all the time. When you're talking about magnitude, high 2s, low 3s. magnitude scale earthquakes all the time. Like, that is not unusual. 4.7, you're starting to get into the range where, that's, you'll feel that. That's a bump. That's a bump in the night. One last thing, Andrew. I think this was just proximity for you as a journalist, not normally your beat, but you're there in Cody. The same day we had lots of cop cars flying around the Freedom, Wyoming, down in Star Valley. I heard people on social saying, what are all the cops? And we find out tragically it's a husband shoots his estranged wife, then shoots himself. At almost the same time, there was another incident, and I confused the two. There was a standoff with law enforcement in Cody. This one ended without shots fired, at least not bullets.
Yeah, it was the best case scenario. I was at the scene watching that for pretty much the whole time it was playing out. So I actually misreported at first. I heard the shots fired, but they were non-lethal rounds. But I'm not an expert capable enough of determining what's a lethal and a non-lethal round from a distance. That's on me. But yeah, no lethal rounds were fired during the standoff. It was just a guy, they were trying to serve a warrant on him. He barricaded himself inside his vehicle, and he was armed. So the cops were just trying to diffuse the situation. The Park County Sheriff's Office was there. The Wyoming Highway Patrol was there. And at the end, everyone was saying it's the best case scenario. They were able to talk the guy down. He surrendered peacefully. There was no injuries. There were no shots fired in earnest. So it was the outcome that you want with these sort of things. But it took a long time. It was about 4 hours from beginning to end.
Yeah, you got to be patient with those things. You don't want anybody to, do any panic decision. You got to take your time, even if it means you're going to deal with a Karen or two that says, hey, why can't I drive down this road? I think that was in the story. The one I did put into the story was that when I got to the scene as fast as I could, obviously, because I was in the area, and I was taking pictures from a respectful distance. And then a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper approached me, and he started giving me a little bit of information. Then he asked if I could move down the street a little bit because the victim, the suspect's mother, was at the scene trying to help out. And she hated reporters more than she hated cops, is what I was told. Oh. And right at that moment, she pulled up to my car and started yelling at me. So I did move my respectful distance, and I made a note to mark where her vehicle was for the rest of the day. Yeah. It's always important to tell the story, not be the story. Andrew Rossi with that story and more, including exploding trees and earthquakes. Add those to the dinosaurs and outer space, and there's nothing Andrew can't handle. Have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
All right. Rossi with us. The governor will be with us first thing next hour on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Governor Gordon will stop in, and we'll talk about that property tax 4% cap litigation. I got to admit, I'm not quite up to speed on that any more than I'm up to speed on the stormwater story. That does not really appeal to me. Zach Sontag wrote, a Wyoming bill requiring voter approval of stormwater fees dies on a tie vote. I would say that piece of legislation should die on just an uninterest in doing anything with stormwater. Okay. But yeah, the property tax, anything to do with property tax, always newsworthy. What do you do to provide relief? We got 25% property tax cuts. You can take advantage of that. Deadline approaching, by the way, in March. We're going to talk about that. And then other aspects of the 4% cap. The governor will figure it all out. We'll also talk about the Freedom Caucus, the appropriations, and aggressive belt-tightening budget cuts proposed. And it has rankled many feathers, from Wyoming Business Council to the University of Wyoming to access to health care and employee raises and employee retention at the state. Wide-ranging implications with the cuts, and many people asking why cut so hard, so deep in a time where we're not really desperate as far as the budget. Wyoming's doing okay. We're all right. Yeah, we're going to talk that stuff with the governor first thing next hour, but right now we got to get out of the way for news that our radio affiliates will play top of the hour around the state, and we'll rejoin 6 minutes from now. Thanks for spending your Friday with us, the Wyoming Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Moments after reportedly shooting his estranged wife early Wednesday at their home near the Wyoming-Idaho border, 43-year-old Christopher Moon texted his mother-in-law. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that the chilling text offered an explanation as to why he shot Cassandra Klinger.
So according to a screenshot I received, Christopher texted his mother-in-law, Satan got a hold of me. I'm so sorry. I love her so much.
After Moon called authorities telling them what he did, deputies quickly arrived to find Christopher's vehicle and Cassandra's vehicle, each parked on the side of the road. They spoke with Christopher briefly by phone, and then moments later, law enforcement witnessed Moon shoot and kill himself. Jonah Energy's vice president says a Tuesday ruling that blocks a 3,500 well expansion threatens the company's future in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Jonah Energy's vice president says the federal ruling earlier this week that threw out the approval for the future of the Jonah field is damaging the future of oil and gas in Wyoming.
Jonah Energy feels as though they were blindsided, that they had been doing their best to comply and go above and beyond, even incentivizing employees to follow the Clean Air Act to the letter. But these two judges saw something in the case brought by the Wild Earth Guardians, and they basically said it doesn't add up. You're not following the letter of the law when it comes to the Clean Air Act. So if I had to guess, I would say this is probably headed to some kind of legal action where it moves from an administrative court to actually federal court.
The Interior Board of Land Appeals on Tuesday vacated the Bureau of Land Management's 2018 approval of the normally pressured lands project, which would have authorized up to 3,500 wells on 141,000 acres. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water. And slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Meteorologists are warning that an incoming sub-zero cold snap comes with an increased risk of exploding trees. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that, arborists say that's a real thing, and it sounds like a gunshot when the trees pop.
What happens is it's a combination of two things. The water and the sap in the tree can freeze and rapidly expand, or the inside of the tree shrinks faster than the outside of the tree. When these things happen, that creates a lot of energy, and when that energy is released, it can cause the tree to burst. The technical term is frost cracking. So there have been warnings about exploding trees in everywhere from west of Ohio to eastern Wyoming. The tree is going to explode into toothpicks? Not likely, but it's possible that a giant branch could snap and pop and explode.
Experts tell Cowboy State Daily that Wyoming's unusually dry winter might have some benefit. Snow water equivalents across eastern Wyoming are still very low, between 6 and 70%, so the deciduous trees will have less water in them to explode. A board tasked with ensuring Wyoming's property tax assessments are fair and lawful planned to challenge the state's 4% growth cap on residential property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon put a halt to the lawsuit on Thursday.
The Board of Equalization was gearing up to challenge a property tax cap that keeps your property taxes from skyrocketing too quickly, saying, hey, if we cap this for people whose home values are rising and people whose home values are stagnating, aren't we doing unfair, not uniform assessment as the Constitution mandates? And so they challenged it as a violation of the state constitution, or they were gearing up to do so. But then on Thursday, Gordon last minute consulted with the Assessors Association, and they were like, you're going to whiplash us. We're gearing up for this.
The legal complaint had sought to urge the Laramie County District Court to block the 4% growth cap as unconstitutional or allegedly risk making the board members violate the oaths they took to defend the state constitution. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, and the governor of the great state of Wyoming is here, Mark Gordon. I know there's a perception, Governor Gordon, that I know everything about everything, and I like it that way. But I don't know very much about what's going on with the lawsuit, the 4% cap on property tax, the Board of Equalization. I know you use what I assume is a legal term. You want them to lay it back. That sounds serious. What it could happen is we're just going to confuse property tax and assessors. Taxpayers are already trying to figure out a 25% tax cut. So are county assessors. This is just going to really complicate things, I guess. What's going on, Governor? I don't know.
Hey, good morning, Jake, and I'm happy to talk about that. But first, this is can you see that the right way? Do I have to switch around?
I see it.
Yeah.
We love that guy. He caught a touchdown pass, University of Wyoming, brown and gold. He parlayed that into orange. And even though it happened against my Bills, I was happy to see Frank. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Well, it was good to have Wyoming on both sides of that game.
Yes.
We won't talk about it, but I just wanted people to remember we still got Wyoming. And the other thing, and I know we got serious stuff. I am just so thrilled. Jalen Kauf, who got a silver in the last Olympics, she's going to go again. You got Anna Gibson. Right there from Jackson, doing the first time ski mountaineering.
Yeah.
And Breezy Johnson, downhiller, an old sport that I used to do. Wyoming's represented in athletics. This is a very cool time.
Really cool. I mean, Wyoming knows snow, so get ready, Italy. We're sending you some of our we're taking all the gold. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. So, here was the deal. I talked to, happened to county assessors had their convention fairly recently, and I talked to their executive directors and their executive committee, and I said, there's potential here for this issue to fall out one way or another. I don't think it's a slam dunk. I think we feel very strongly. I wouldn't have signed the bill if I didn't believe it was really strong. But you never know exactly what's going to happen. There was a question about an injunction. So I just went to the assessors and I said, look, if you had an injunction imposed right now, would that be a good time or is there a better time? Like I said, I don't control the outcome of what that discussion would be in the courts. And they said, well, one of the things that worries us is if there's an injunction, we've already got our assessed schedules out, we're communicating with taxpayers, then we'd have to go out in the middle of April and we'd have to explain why things were different. It'd be totally confusing. Let's kind of, there's a time that's August probably is better to really test these questions. I want to see this question resolved because I don't want it hanging over our heads. There's some issues there that could be highlighted. They could have traction. And one of the things that I worry a lot about, Jake, is when you're surprised. Let's say some taxpayer says, I've been harmed, and I'm going to go to court with this. We don't necessarily control that narrative. And so for me to be able to get this in front of the courts with two well-argued sides of this thing and settle it, that's what's key. And right now is not the best time. That's why we asked them to lay it back. And so that's sort of the story there.
An issue that does have to be decided, but maybe not now. Board of Equalization contemplated lawsuit on the 4% cap, which on property tax, which the governor believes is constitutional. That's why he signed it. But we do need to continue to walk down the path of property tax and where we can provide relief. The 25% cut, which now is coming up on a second year, really is kind of a Band-Aid. Do we need to go further? Do we need to establish maybe a different class for residential property tax? What still needs to be done with property tax?
Yeah, well, and thank you very much, Jake. From my standpoint, we've passed a bunch of different legislation over the last little bit. I, of course, vetoed one of those just because I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. I don't believe that somebody else should be paying my taxes. And in the case of Wyoming, it's our energy industry, it's our mineral industry that pays the bulk of our taxes. And they go to the state. Property tax goes to schools, goes to local government. And so I had hoped and argued for a sort of more thought through process. In fact, I said that to the legislature this year, let's take the time to sort of figure out how to sort these all together. In fact, you'll remember last year, there was a bill that came in that said, we've got all these things, but we don't know how to put them in order. So we've got to figure out how to do that. I think the most important piece of legislation that I think we passed on property tax a year ago was creating that other class, that fourth class. Because we tax minerals and we tax industrial development, and then we used to tax commercial and private property about the same rate in our Constitution. So now we have that next class. I asked the legislature last year to really look at what we can do there. I hope they continue to do that. That's a tool that actually fits the circumstance, and it's where we ought to be focused. Because we can give the relief that's necessary. We can do it in a way that somebody that buys a house a year ago and somebody that bought a house 8 years ago, and it's the same class property, same value property, are going to be taxed the same. We need to make sure that that's in our Constitution. We want to make sure people are treated equally.
Governor Gordon is with us. You recognize the voice. For those who qualify for the 25% property tax relief, you have a deadline approaching March 1st. You're going to want to get on that. That's not the only relief in the realm of tax relief. There's veterans property tax exemptions. There's other programs, yes?
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. That 25% reduction, that's key that people get on that. And Now is a good time. We're going to have some real cold weather. So maybe people can come in, warm up in front of the fire, kind of look at what their opportunities are, and then go visit with their treasurers to see if they can get that reduction, which I think should be pretty straightforward. We've been working on it for a couple of years, but the veterans exemptions are there. We have long-term home residents that if you've been here for more than 25 years and so on, you're also entitled to some tax benefits there. There are a number of these programs. And as I say, we had several of them built up over the last couple of years. So just take the time, go down to the treasurer's office, try to walk through that. I think there's some materials that are available, posted online, both at the state and probably at most of the treasurer's offices as well.
Governor Gordon, let's switch the topic to budget. Man, that is in the news for sure. Appropriations Committee. Discipline and wisdom have always been the hallmarks in this state, a state that constitutionally balances its budget every cycle. Its residents, business owners enjoying one of the lowest tax burdens in the country. So where is the panic coming from? The recent work of appropriations has some wondering whether the Freedom Caucus is interested in fiscal discipline or institutional demolition. Your thoughts?
Well, Jake, it's sort of silly season. Elections are around the corner. And the sad thing to me is it's hard to understand if this is really fiscal discipline or this is just we've got to get below the governor's recommendation. And for me now, having served as governor for I'm going in my 8th year. Over the last year and a half, it's been a competition. Now, there's always been separation of powers. There's always been reasons why we look at things differently. But Wyoming is always a place where we work together to try to do the best thing for the people of Wyoming. And in this case, it seemed really important to try to figure out a way that we can reduce the budget. So they cut, I think people are going to be talking about, well, we've cut $1 billion from the governor's budget, but really what you did is you took out capital construction and made it a separate bill. So it's no longer in the budget. It's kind of like we got to set aside a certain amount of money for our mortgage, and now we can do our household budget. It's a little bit like that. You're still got to spend it. They're still planning to spend it, but they can at least have the chance to say, boy, this is, we've really been much more disciplined. The panic is, and I just yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I got back yesterday from SHOT Show. That message, and I just don't know as people understand how it resonates. The message of we're going to cut the business council, we're going to cut the university, we're just going to be cut. That message brought a really chilly message to all of those people at SHOT Show. You think about Keltec Arms, you think about Weatherby, you think about Thunderbeast, you think about all the sort of smaller manufacturers from, parts and pieces to the big ones like Magpul and Gunworks and others. And normally when we go there, everybody's like, I love Wyoming. It's got the best Second Amendment laws. You're not in any danger of losing that stuff. We want to figure out how to relocate there. This time, I wasn't there to recruit businesses because nobody was really confident that Wyoming was the place we wanted to move. In fact, we had a couple of manufacturers who were saying, we're being approached by Georgia, by Texas, by Tennessee, by Florida to move operations out of Wyoming, because Wyoming may not be really about growth and expansion anymore. These are perilous times. So I think a person's got to be pretty thoughtful about the message they send. And as you started, we've been conservative. We have to balance our budget. I can remember standing at the convention in 2016, and Wyoming could proudly talk about how we had a budget surplus. We could probably talk about how we had reserve funds. Not very many other states can do that. And that's not because we've been profligate. That's because we've been disciplined.
Wyoming has always been prudent with the budget, not reckless with the budget. Some of these cuts, they do feel like it's a platitudes for a campaign trail, a message of Washington trying to apply it to Wyoming. It seems just out of sync, this cut everything chainsaw rhetoric. As you point out, Governor, as we heard from Josh Dorrell at Business Council, it does have unintended narratives that play out. Like what you're doing for your campaign and your electorate, it plays different to others. When they see it and hear it, they're like, oh, Wyoming doesn't want us or anything.
Yeah, no, I think that's true, Jake. And I think the other thing that people probably should, and look, back in the 1980s, the state was flat on its back. We had lost a lot of our mojo with oil and gas. Coal hadn't yet really quite built to the point. You walked around this state, it really felt dead. There were doldrums. There were efforts to try to figure out how to get economic development. My former boss at Apache Corporation, oil and gas company, started right here in Wyoming, funded the Wyoming Futures Project, where we got people together and said, how are we going to diversify this economy? What are we going to do to make it happen? We built a business at that time. We didn't, and that's when we passed Amendment 4, which is where really the Business Council came from. So Amendment 4 said the legislature can give a certain amount of money for economic development. And it wasn't very well disciplined. It came out of the legislature and a lot of money was lost. Now, Gil Windows down here in in Cheyenne, it's one of the survivors from that era. But the leadership of the legislature and the governor at that time said, we need to put more discipline around this. That's why we're going to build the Business Council. And that's, I think what's important to remember, just sort of lopping it off doesn't help. When you say, look, we're worried about what its drift is, maybe it's time to take assessments on it. That's something that the legislature does on a regular basis. But look, what I said is more than just throwing money at projects. We need to build the support around it, because when you talk to like Adam Weatherby, moving from California, coming to Sheridan, that's great. But now you have to figure out who to talk to get your utilities hooked up. You have to figure out what you're going to do for accounting. You have to figure out all these other things that are important about moving a business. Same is true for a little company that moved out of Los Angeles again to Worland that is, manufacturing really important medical parts. We want to make sure that more than just here's our checkbook, here's the check, we want to make sure that they have all the other things that are there. And I'll tell you a success story where that worked. That was Keltec down in Rock Springs. And they didn't ask for money from the state, but they sure as heck were happy to have the support there to locate where they could go and other things. And you're seeing that with Eagle Claw. You're seeing that all around the state.
Yeah. Governor Gordon, thanks for being with us. What these cuts look like in headlines might be attractive for Freedom Caucus and those that are proponents of aggressive cutting. But in reality, what they'll mean is damage, long-lasting damage to the university, reductions to rural hospitals, food programs for kids, and maybe the handcuffs on our ability to fight wildfires. These will have real implications for the state. Should we go watch the budget video? I think that's a good place to turn people if they want to learn more. The Essentials budget video, you can find it on socials. It's good.
Yeah, Jake, I think all the points we could go for a long time on each of the points you brought up, and they're absolutely critical. And I think the last thing I really want to say about this, we're not necessarily changing. One of the big complaints that comes like with the Business Council or with the university is we're picking winners and losers. I hear that all the time. And I think when you do that on the floor in the House, or you do that on the floor in the Senate, we're going to set aside a certain amount of money for this company or that company. That's not fundamentally different. I think the most important thing to remember is we need to be able to convey that Wyoming is open for business. It's a phenomenal business climate. We're going to be here to help you. We're going to welcome you into our neighborhood, and we're going to work with you to make sure you're successful. That's the message we ought to be sending. Not that we're closed, not that we're all about national politics, but we're really Wyoming. We stand tall.
Really good point. Governor, I just heard that the state of Wyoming bought $10 million in gold. Is it anywhere there in the office? Is it in a drawer or somewhere? Just point to it where it is.
Jake, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. I'm sorry.
I know. I know. All right.
Thanks so much.
You bet. Thanks for coming on. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Governor Mark Gordon. Next month, fireworks. And I don't mean the Winter Olympics. We are going to be rooting for some of our own. I mean the budget session. That'll be fun. Bill Sniffin, he's up next right after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
It's Bill Sniffin, Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. Bill, where do we start? It's been a wild week of news. It's been a wild January. It's start to the new year. You looking good? I like
Thank
that
you,
shirt.
Jake. Yeah, it's wintry. It's a nice warm sweater, but I've been listening to your this morning. You talked so much about economic development. Obviously, I've got I was founder of one of the more successful local economic development groups in the state, so I know something about that. But it's not to beat a dead horse, but one of the things I wrote about years ago is Wyoming is the hole in the donut. And that refers to the fact that the other states around us prospered often when Wyoming was floundering. And it's because we're a one-trick pony. We're essentially an energy state. We just, despite the Business Council, and I was actually a member of the Futures Project, which was probably before you were born, but Mark was just talking about it. But it was we've been trying so hard to diversify our economy. And the reason it's so hard is because our population is so small. And I also have written on a number of occasions about what I call an interesting dilemma. In Wyoming doesn't have a large city, and you need a large city to really have a self-sustaining economy. And but anyway, that's just some of the thoughts, Jake. But good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, good to see you. Maybe these are some of the things that Wyoming's never going to be, and it's the reason why Wyoming is so unique and magical for us. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, but we keep saying we need to diversify. We need to expand beyond energy. We need to get into tech. We need to get into all these things. I don't know. Maybe we do, or maybe we're Wyoming. Do we want triple the population in 10 years, or do we? Or I don't know.
I don't know either, but I do believe that there's a lot of people like Wyoming just the way it is. They would like to see us have a little better medical care. I think two of the biggest issues that I'd like the legislature to handle, and I don't think they're going to do much with it, but one is elder care, which strikes pretty close to home, and daycare. You sure in the heck can't have young families in the state working without some kind of a daycare solution. Right now, my kids that have good jobs have family members that are taking care of their kids. I mean, they say, my God, they can't afford to work with it. If they have 3 kids, you pay for daycare for 3 kids. My gosh, it's terrible. And elder care, we're one of the older states in the union, and I think that there has to be some benefits for the caregivers. I mean, that's a big deal. And I tell you, if a politician wanted a winning issue, I think jump on that train. I'll tell you. But but economic development, I've been there. Lander was hurt worse than any other place in Wyoming during the 80s boom. And of course, I was publisher of the newspaper there, and we lost 2,500 good paying mining jobs. You've been to Lander. You can't imagine Lander as a mining town, but it was the most mining town in Wyoming. We had 550 high-paying iron ore mining jobs and 2,000 high-paying uranium jobs, and it all went away in about a 6-month period. And because of that, we had over 100 doctors on our medical staff. We had the first open heart surgery in Wyoming. Was in Wyoming. It was in Lander. It was because we had all these wonderful doctors because they could afford to practice there because the economy, we had all these big high-paying jobs and everybody had good insurance. But anyway, it all went away, and it was a hell of a struggle building Lander back up. But anyway, the Lander of today is, I think the team that we put together, and a group of 100 people, each put in $1,000, and we formed a group called Leader Corporation, and by God, we went to work and we rebuilt our town.
And now you see a Lander today, which I do not see. I don't envision. I don't feel Lander is a mining community any more similar to Pinedale, where you're on the edge of a patch of a mining development. But I don't see really heavily influenced by whether we're booming or busting. But that's kind of how it was for all of Wyoming. Every town lived and died by mining, and whether it was going full bore or not. Interesting.
Well, and again, if you look at it from even a more really historical perspective, the reason a lot of our towns were established is because they were coal mining towns for the railroad. But that's a little bit too far back. But I enjoyed listening to the governor, and Tom Lubnau and Ann and Josh, you had I don't know whether the ears of your listeners can bear to hear any more. We could talk about the Broncos. I've got a column coming out about my favorite Wyoming movies. We can talk about anything you want, Jake.
We have been very centric on one topic. It came together that way. But yeah, I think I like Wyoming as it is. We just need a better quarterback and a OBGYN within a 3-hour drive, and that's about it. And cycle of life, a little more attention paid to both ends, children and seniors. We could use some help there. All right, let's talk. You tried to root for both teams, doggone it. You got to pick one or the other, Bill. You were waving the Bills flag with a Denver jersey on.
I really, I dreaded that they would play each other.
I know.
But as soon as it happened, I said, I've got to make a decision. And then you know what I decided, Jake? Hell no, I don't have to make a decision. I like both of these guys. So I'm just going to sit back and pop open a beer and have some chicken wings. And I'm just going to enjoy every single second of this thing. And you know what? It went. And all I really hoped for was it would be a close game. My God, was it a close game?
Yeah, it was a good one, and you found a way to not be disappointed in any outcome. I was terribly dejected, and look at boy, I'd never thought we'd see a coach fired over it. Never thought we'd see Denver advance without Bo Nix. The two things that came out of that game were, whoa.
Let me tell you a little bit. I had asked Jimmy Orr, I said, Jimmy, I normally send my column in Friday afternoon or Saturday morning for Sunday, but I said, this game is Saturday afternoon, but can I wait and write about the game in my column? And he said, sure. So I waited. Well, then I worked really hard. I thought I did a really nice balanced column, and I tried to not make it a play-by-play. And so I wrote this, what I thought was a terrific column. I sent it in, and my son-in-law called me, and about 5 minutes after I sent it in, and said, oh, by the way, did you hear Bo Nix broke his ankle? I said, what? And so I called Jimmy and says, stop the presses.
Yeah.
I gotta go back and rewrite this thing. And so I did, and it was painful. God, and so if anybody read that column, they'd say, well, what? That's kind of a disjointed column. I'm writing along and say, oh, by the way, Bo Nix broke his ankle.
But you had you had to shove in a postscript that none of us knew till hours later. Although if you watch Bo, you could see him grimacing. He wasn't walking right. And apparently this is an old deal. He's done it twice before, so he knew he was out. I think Denver's okay with Stidham. I'm not a huge Stidham fan, but I think the team is well designed to advance without necessarily a superstar quarterback. They don't need Josh Allen in Denver. Broncos do a lot of other things well. I'm rooting for them, I guess, moving on.
Well, I'm going to be wearing my lucky jersey, but I'm not as confident. I tell you, we're at a stage in the season when you think back, the Miami Dolphins did it when they went 17-0, the only undefeated team ever, and they did it. I think was it Earl Morrall? Was that his name? That took the place of Bob Greasy. But so they made it, and so did the Philadelphia Eagles. With they used a substitute quarterback. So it's been twice in my lifetime that I remember. And so, yeah, let's hope that I can only hope. I do believe, sitting back and being just, objective about it. I think Denver's a year early. I mean, I didn't think they would be the top team this year. I think they were building towards it, but for Kansas City to fall. And all of a sudden, here comes Denver, and then here comes the Patriots. I mean, what an odd year this has been.
Yeah, it excelled. I think going into the season, there was the notion that Chiefs are on the decline and Denver was on the uprise. We just didn't think it would happen this fast. The Chiefs fell off a cliff. And Denver, week after week, we said, well, they're not ready. It's interesting, but they kept winning and winning in the last 2 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe it is the time.
Jake, let me tell you my fun story of the season. I hang out down south once in a while, and of all places, I was in Durant, Oklahoma, on a Sunday afternoon at a casino. My wife likes to go to casinos. We're not actually big gamblers, but we like the food's always good.
Yeah.
So we were at the Choctaw Casino, and I knew the Broncos were playing, but I didn't realize they were already playing. And we're stumbling around the casino, and we end up into the sports book, and Denver's behind by 19 points. And I'm thinking, and it's the beginning of the fourth quarter, and I'm thinking, well, shoot, I missed the first 3 quarters, but I'm kind of glad I did. And then we sat there and watched them come back and beat them. I mean, it was one of the greatest comebacks in football history. And I'm thinking, boy, Sniffin, you got a good sense of timing.
I guess so. Any story that starts with you and the wife at Choctaw Casino in the heart of Rodeo, Oklahoma, sounds like it's going in a good direction. It did for Denver.
Again, that's my wife has had some health issues, and I want everybody to know she's doing really well.
Good.
And this was kind of one of our challenges, was to say, I wonder if we could actually go somewhere and stay in a hotel and see how she does. And she did wonderfully. We actually had a wonderful time and ate a little too much, but it was and a hell of a big casino out in the middle of nowhere. My God, it was like Las Vegas.
Put Durant on the map. That and a few good steer wrestlers. That's all it takes. Yeah.
I should have gone over I've been watching that show Tulsa King. It'd be fun to go check out Sylvester Stallone in Tulsa.
Next time, let's intend to talk some about movies shot in Wyoming that take place in Wyoming and Hollywood, the connection, because my go-to guy had always been Walt Farmer. I don't know if you knew Walt. He wrote the book on it, literally, film in Wyoming. So yeah, let's do that next, Bill.
We can sure do that. Whatever your show, Jake. You know me, just wind me up and I'll spit out whatever you want me to talk about.
All right. Excellent. Yeah. I want to do that next time. We got to take a break. Get Aaron Brown in here. We're going to talk highway patrol. Cops are coming.
Good to see you, Jake.
You too, Bill. Stay warm. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Aaron Brown will be here after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
All right. Hey, yo, beers down. It's Highway Patrol. Aaron Brown is with us. I so much, Aaron, want to play a little bit, but I can't, of Junior Brown's 1993 hit, Highway Patrol. If you're not familiar with that song, that should be your national anthem.
I'm afraid I'm not. I'm not actually.
Dude,
I was always partial to Turn Up the Radio by Autograph myself.
Yeah. That I remember them, and I remember that song, but I'm for Wyoming Highway Patrol, your troopers, that should be daily regiment. You know, when they do they do roll call like the boss of the trooper, the lieutenant says, all right, here's the job today. I want you guys patrolling this area heavily, and you should be playing Junior Brown's Highway Patrol also.
I don't know that we have roll call at the beginning of every day, simply because we have different shifts throughout the day. And so you're going to have troopers that just simply come on, ready to work, ready to hit the road and go save lives. And that's just kind of how it works is our guys, there might be a briefing to be had at the beginning of a shift, but otherwise it's going to be, for the most part, individuals coming on and doing their job.
Aaron Brown is with us. His job is to share all communications and what's going on with Wyoming Highway Patrol. My job is to reimagine how the department works and what soundtrack they should be working to. Hey, heads up, Highway Patrol. From Highway Patrol, Superload is going on at I-80 between Evanston and Gillette. You're going to be slow moving. Is that still on? There's I don't know what the Superload is. Something real big.
It is very big. To give you an idea, the Superload, as we call it, is, I believe it's a pair of them, if I was reading the chart right. It is a pair of them going, I think each one weighs about 216,000 pounds.
Yowza.
As the whole weight.
Yeah.
They're about 91 feet. About 110 feet long. And about 27 feet wide. So they're going to take up quite a bit of the road. They're starting in Evanston actually this morning. I haven't caught wind that they're in the state just yet, but we are waiting for them to come through. When they come through, though, they're going to hit I-80, and they're going to be going about 30, I believe 25 to 35 miles per hour on average. And then when they hit a bridge, they're going to be slowing down to they're going to be slowing down to about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it'll be pretty slow going for the most part if you get behind these guys. That being said, they will be heading north from I-80 onto, what was it? It was 280, not 287. Pardon me. There it is. They'll be heading north. Once they hit Sweetwater County, I believe they're going to be heading north around Green River because they can't go through those tunnels.
Oh, right. No way. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't go through those tunnels. So they'll be heading north on a little state highway detour, essentially.
Yeah.
Heading north, going up to, it's about 100-mile detour for them. And they'll come back around on 191 and hit Rock Springs and then be back on I-80.
Yeah.
And then from there, They'll hit 287 north
to
go up to
Gillette.
Casper.
Yeah.
To Casper, and then finally I-25. So they will be on I-25 as well for a short time, and finally hit another state highway to get over to Gillette.
At 20, 30 miles an hour, that's going to take all day. Wow. Have fun
2
with
days,
that.
actually.
2
They're going to
days.
stop in Rollins. They're going to stop in Rollins today.
Oh.
And then to continue the rest of the trip tomorrow. In this cold weather we're having, I'm looking at a map right now, and I'm seeing, it's -2, -3 in the Gillette area, in the Buffalo area. Cody's -2 right now. How you guys doing over in Casper? Or not Casper, Jackson, pardon me.
Yeah. It's cold enough. Single digits will be negative tonight. There's a notion that, you can speed when it's cold out because troopers aren't going to want to get out of their warm cruiser to come and check you out and write you a ticket. That's probably not true.
Not only is it not true, it would be bad advice because we are also looking at not just cold, it's slick in spots. If you're speeding, even if our guys don't want to get out of a warm car, we're going to have to, either because you're speeding or we have to come rescue you after you crash because you're speeding.
Yep. Hey, I wanted to ask you about something, Aaron. We're 23 days into January, not off to a good start as far as crash fatalities. 3 deadly crashes already in the year. That's a bad start. January 12th, I think, was the latest fatality near Glen Rock, and a driver was presumably trying to avoid a deer. Possible he was on his cell phone, went into the wrong lane. It reminded me, or it made me think to ask you, how do your folks, your troopers, piece together an accident? Not usually do they see it, eyewitness it. They come later. They got to look at skid marks. They got to look at a lot of things. But how do they try to rebuild what happened? Because sometimes it's very detailed on what we know happened.
That is something I want to actually figure out myself, because I haven't been present for this whole investigation part. And it's one of the things that being relatively new as the PIO that I've wanted to do. So I don't have the actual full details for you. I can tell you we do have a dedicated crash team that will go out and do these crashes. They're made up of troopers across the state. So it's not like we have one trooper in Cheyenne going out and doing all these crashes. It's a team. That is statewide, and they will go out and they will investigate these crashes. Like you said, major skid marks. They're going to look at crash angles. They're going to look at where things ended up. They're going to look at inside the cars as well, see if they can tell if a seatbelt was in use, that sort of thing. I can tell you however they end up doing it, and I'll end up getting an update on that for you. But when they do these investigations, they are so important to not only figuring out how a crash happened, but figuring out, adding it to the data, what is causing most of these crashes. And in this case, it was going to be driver inattention. And unfortunately, also wildlife combined with driver inattention and a head-on collision and just a bad situation.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily this incident in particular. I just wonder, in general, it requires somebody who's probably seen it all, done it all. These investigators, when they're trying to put together an accident report, because it is important to insurance companies, it's important to a database. What is causing crashes? How do we prevent them? All this stuff is pretty key moving forward. It's just interesting who has the skill set to do that, to reconstruct. I mean, you interview bystanders if there's any eyewitnesses still around. It's interesting stuff.
A lot of our troopers, even if they're not on the crash team, I think the general need when it comes to joining that team is a lot of our troopers have already, been through a lot of that and seen a lot of that already.
Yeah.
It's a lot of what they have seen and done. It comes with the job. You go to a lot of crashes, you see a lot of crashes, especially on Wyoming highways. We see quite a few. And so a lot of these guys that are getting experience, they're getting that specialized experience often simply by being a trooper.
And guys like Trooper Caleb Pushkar, who's been there, done that, seen that, he was instrumental in nabbing a runaway dude, Nathan Pfaff. I saw Sheriff Kozak was handing him some kind of plaque or acknowledgement.
Yes.
Good job, Trooper. June 13th, 2025. This was Nathan Pfaff trying to escape. He had 20-year-old had shot. I think he's now pleaded guilty, so we don't have to say alleged, shot a 19-year-old friend. And Trooper just happened to be there on that early morning shift and helped track him down. Good stuff.
He had heard the call when he came in. He knew about the call. He was trying to help to begin with, and he eventually got behind a vehicle that matched the description. The vehicle didn't want to pull over, so it was as far as I can tell, a very short pursuit. But eventually, the vehicle did pull over. It was Pfaff, and our trooper took him in.
What about this other Yahoo doing 100 miles an hour and bar none? Were troopers involved in that or all local?
I had not heard about that one just yet. Oh, actually, you're talking about the pursuit. I think I might know what you're talking about.
Very recent.
Yeah, I don't have the details on that just yet. I am working on that one.
Dispatch shout out always to Dish. We got to make it a regular segment, Aaron, because they're the voice of calm in a world of chaos. Shout out to those that wear the headset. Amber Fisher is elevated Team 3. That's my neck of the woods over here in Western Wyoming.
That's right. Amber's been with us since 2024, and she got elevated to communications lead over there, or supervisor rather. Over there at Team 3. She's going to help manage the staff that takes care of Western Wyoming. And you're talking about people that are working days, they're working nights, and it's a tremendous amount of dedication that is oftentimes thankless. You're not seen by the public at all. You hear from the public because we're getting your calls. But it is oftentimes a very thankless and unseen effort that these people put in, and it is just pure dedication and passion from these people. We could not do any of this without them.
Under the hat, behind the badge, there's always somebody, a dispatch on the radio. On a sad note, Sherry, didn't expect her passing. Franny Port is not the same without Sherry.
No, it is not. And if you look on the Facebook post, it really, the responses that we got from her passing were just incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, just the amount of people who simply recognized her face. A lot of them truckers who pass through going back and forth quite often were the ones responding to her passing. And just the amount of positivity, the amount of well wishes, but also just the reputation she had built with these people was incredible. And Fran, you phrased it perfectly. Franny Port is not going to be the same without her. She left a legacy and some pretty big shoes to fill.
Anything else, Aaron? What's going on? We always have to spread the message about safe winter driving, some habits, some tips you want to be aware of, especially a little weather coming in.
Yeah, right now we're not seeing a ton of snow everywhere. We're seeing more of a dusting. So we're seeing it's more about it being slick in spots with a little bit of snow. I don't know that visibility is a huge deal everywhere right now. Of course, that doesn't mean we won't get a snow squall or two. But right now it's going to be very cold, very slick. I think the key right now is make sure you are going to get to where you're going. So make proper preparations. If it's a longer trip, make sure you're rested so you're not, falling asleep on the road. Make sure you have plenty of gas. That's a big one right now, I think, in this cold weather. Have a full tank of gas. You don't want to be in the middle of Wyoming where it's, 30, 40, 50 miles between gas stations and places and run out of gas. And it may be a minute before someone, including a trooper, may be able to get to you. And this cold weather, every minute counts. So make sure you're prepared. Have that emergency kit. Slow down. Don't be speeding. And just make sure you get to where you're going safe.
Aaron Brown always talks about the stuff you can do prior to the trip. Prep before, and that's filling the tank, knowing where you're going, have it mapped out, have an itinerary. And then when you're already in it and driving, safe following speed. In Michigan, we saw like 100 vehicles piling up. That's because you can't react fast enough. You'd be surprised how long it takes to get it woed down, especially on ice.
back to that whole thing, even when it's cold, don't be speeding, because we'll still find you. We'll still see you, and you can't outrun the radio. So don't speed, slow down, keep yourself and everyone else on the road safe.
Don't take my advice to go ahead and push it when it's cold. The troopers will get out of their car. And although my advice about the song, Aaron, I'm going to send you a link to that song, The Highway Patrol by Junior Brown. I think it should be an anthem for Wyoming Highway Patrol. Next time I want to talk about the Academy. Who are the next group of troopers coming up, the men and women who are going to be out there? And also, how do you get involved in dispatch, all that stuff? How can the next person get involved, and what does it take to work in Wyoming Highway Patrol? The training and the whole, application process. I'm interested in knowing that.
Absolutely. We'll have that ready for you.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Have a great weekend. That's Aaron Brown, Communications with Wyoming Highway Patrol, the men and women keeping us safe out there on the highways. And we're off to not a good start. 3 fatalities in 3 weeks into the season. So that's for everybody's sake. Let's drive more carefully. Be attentive. Focus. This is a time of year we got critters on the move, migrating. You're going to encounter deer, elk, stuff like that. So be aware, be ready, head on a swivel when you're driving. It's a responsibility. You're driving a half-ton, 3/4-ton, 1-ton missile when you think about it. And other than that super load, we're all moving pretty fast. Let's take a break. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming bill that would have required voter approval to impose stormwater fees died in committee on Wednesday on a tie vote despite lawsuits over tax-like charges. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the lawmakers debated tax-free laws and flood risks, leaving infrastructure funding in limbo.
This is all happening in the context of a bill that was brought to the Select Water Committee. And even though the bill failed, what really came out of the discussion is just how big of a quagmire this issue is and how much is at stake with things like stormwater drain infrastructure. And what people don't realize is you've got all kinds of infrastructural expenses related to managing rain and stormwater runoff. The University of Wyoming, who is suing the city of Laramie because they say that the fee is not a fee, it's a tax.
Now, the bill's demise is a reprieve for municipal leaders, but it also leaves cities and other stakeholders in a state of limbo as pressure builds to address stormwater infrastructure. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals is considering whether a Rock Springs School District's transgender privacy policy violates parents' rights. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a local couple says behind the policy, teachers called their daughter by a boy name without telling them.
The 10th Circuit has taken it under advisement now. So what would happen is the 10th Circuit will either say, oh, no, we think the judge got it right to dismiss it, and then Tracus can drop it or appeal it. Or the 10th Circuit will say the judge got it wrong and bat it back down to the lower court for more litigation.
At stake is whether the higher court is going to reverse or uphold the April 2025 order of Wyoming-based U.S. District Court Judge Scott Scavdahl, who dismissed the Wiley's civil rights case against the school district. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water. And slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Moments after reportedly shooting his estranged wife early Wednesday at their home near the Wyoming-Idaho border, 43-year-old Christopher Moon texted his mother-in-law. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the chilling text offered an explanation as to why he shot Cassandra Klinger.
So according to a screenshot I received, Christopher texted his mother-in-law, Satan got a hold of me. I'm so sorry. I love her so much. The oldest daughter, Alexa Edwards, just said, yeah, we've seen red flags all along. The youngest daughter, Jessica, also said it was a cycle of honeymooning and huge explosions and then more honeymooning and huge explosions until Cassie, finally age 23, got kind of the wherewithal to leave and file for divorce. And then this happened on a road near her mother's home.
Wyoming isn't immune to a rat invasion like the infestation taking place in Boise that one exterminator called a, quote, nuclear bomb of rats, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a Wyoming zoology professor says that spikes in rat populations can result from favorable conditions and mild winters.
The two exterminators I talked to said, we can't keep up with it. It's gotten to the point where there's no way we're ever going to kill these rats off. The best we can do is kind of hold the line. And I also talked to a rodent expert, a zoologist at the University of Wyoming, and the big question is, could it happen here? He said absolutely. If you get one of these invasive species of rats, like Norway rats or whatever, and they're able to, hit that magic spot where they can start reproducing rapidly in a particular area, and they have a food source, it could happen here too.
John Kaprowski, dean of the UW's Hobbs School of Environmental and Natural Resources, tells Cowboy State Daily that the fact that the non-native species has been so successful for centuries here in the United States is because of their association with people, and that tells us they're not likely to disappear anytime soon. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
you're really going to like it.
I hope so, yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The way it's down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
It's a finally Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show, and the real Mac Daddy with us. It's Mac Watson.
You jest, but when I was a foster parent, one of the gifts somebody gave me was my own t-shirt that said Mac Daddy. Because that's what my foster kids called me, Mac Daddy. And I would go out, I swear to God, I would go out in public, and it was a certain segment of the population would go, yo, Mac Daddy!
Yeah.
You the Mac Daddy, man!
Mac Daddy!
It was great. It was great. And I still have the t-shirt to prove it.
I don't jest. All truth. T-shirt or it never happened. I want to see it next time.
Okay, I'll get it.
I want you to see you rocking that Mac Daddy t-shirt.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Mac Watson, what in the news? What do you want to talk about? Statewide, nationwide? It's cold.
It's cold. It's 1 degree here.
I'm rocking the turtleneck. It's so cold.
You are. I noticed that. I noticed that. I'm wearing an extra layer today.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, it's nothing compared to what's going to go on in the Midwest and the East Coast.
Yeah.
Some parts could get an inch of ice. That's never a good thing.
No.
And other sections, I talked to my mom in Maryland, they're expecting 18 inches. They don't know what to do with 18 inches of snow. They don't live in Wyoming.
Yeah.
So good luck to them. And yet we get nothing. Wyoming gets no snow again. Lovely.
It's so weird. Feet of snow where it doesn't belong, ice storms and exploding trees, and Wyoming's just sitting there going, it's kind of a down winter.
Yeah. You know, it's so funny you bring that up. The exploding tree story reminds me that my dad and I actually experienced that. We were out chopping wood.
Yeah.
And I mean, this was when I was a kid. And we actually heard what we thought was a gunshot. And then a tree branch, and I mean, like a pretty thick tree branch fell. And this old farm guy, because I grew up in a real rural area, old farm guy said, nope, every once in a while, if there's a really bad cold snap, he didn't call it exploding trees, but he said, yep, you hear them snap. It wasn't a snap, it was a pop, more or less.
Yeah.
But I've actually experienced that, and it's like, it is the darndest thing to like, whoa, what was that? Oh, it can do that?
Yeah.
Trees can do that? Yeah, they can. Absolutely.
My friend in Nebraska sent me that warning from the National Weather Service saying it was an exploding tree warning. And I thought, oh, man, it sounds like an Andrew Rossi story. Sure enough, he writes it. And when you talked about it in the news, you did say it in a way that, yeah, I felt like maybe you did have some firsthand experience when you talked about trees that could. The way you said it sounded like you had experience. Like, yeah, it's like they almost like they pop.
Right. It's a real thing. I mean, and arborists confirm that it is a real thing.
Yeah.
Scientifically, they can explain why it happens. It's amazing.
Weird. Yeah. Well, you asked Don, is weather trying to kill us? These things happen all the time. The bomb cyclones, exploding trees.
I don't know why we call her Mother Nature, because there's nothing motherly about her. It should be like your bad Uncle Bob weather, or mother. Instead of Mother Nature, it should just be like bad Willie Weather or something like that. It's a bad dude. It's a bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Uncle Rico type of weather. It's not.
There you go.
It's like a real witch of a Mother Nature.
Hey, you brought up Uncle Rico. What is the appropriate age to show Napoleon Dynamite to my kids? What is the appropriate age? Because my daughter is 16, my son is 9. And my wife and I use Napoleon Dynamite references all the time.
Yeah.
And the kids have no idea what we're talking about.
Well, you mean appropriate with worry that you're exposing them to language or adult content, or appropriate that they'll even get it? Because
they'll even get it.
Yeah.
That they'll even get it.
Yeah, the 16-year-old, the 9-year-old's not there yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, just some of the stuff that, Napoleon says, he might think is funny, but he won't get the overall, the overall gist of why this is so funny.
You won't appreciate it. And especially the whole, a lot of it is, kind of, who is the director? It's not, a lot of it is Wes Anderson, and there's a couple other directors known for their style, which is like super deadpan. Like the whole approach to the movie, a 9-year-old can't appreciate. No, I don't think.
But I think he'd love the part where he's trying to get Tina, the llama, to eat some ham. I think he'd find that funny. Or maybe an Uncle Rico line. But I mean, it's one of those things where, gosh, I wish I could explain. Like, I wish I could explain why The Office is so funny to my daughter. She just has to watch it. I can't explain why 30 Rock is a brilliant sitcom because of all the one-liners that go above almost everybody else's head.
I know.
I can't explain it. Or I'd love to sit down with her and show her Arrested Development. Oh, what a show when it came out. Oh, my goodness. What a great sitcom when that came out.
Yeah, and it's not like some cartoons which have some humor that will miss intentionally. It's for us, but at least at the cartoon level, kids will still enjoy it. They won't turn it off. They'll be like, I love this cartoon thing. But yeah, with the Office, with the movie we're talking about, they'll be like, I just don't get it, and I just don't like it.
Right. And there were people that were like that when The Office first came out. They just did not get it.
Yeah.
Or they did not understand it. But then after a couple seasons, well, then everybody was in on the joke.
Yes.
I mean, it was just so uncomfortably funny. Everybody got it.
Even, and to a degree, Seinfeld, I feel, is too New Yorky for a lot of people, too sarcastic, big city, but yet it did have major appeal. I love Seinfeld, Office, all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did
I ever tell you the story? I worked with David Putty Ever tell you that story?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I worked with Patrick Warburton was David Putty.
Yeah.
And he actually does sound like that in real life.
Yes.
Except he's not so dense. He's not dense like Putty.
Yeah.
But I swear, I asked him a question. He was like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, he's not even trying to
His
do it.
monotone
He just
delivery.
does it.
We're talking about the famed face painter, New Jersey Devil fan of Seinfeld, who is the only guy I know that can settle into a 4-hour flight with no phone, no book, nothing, just staring straight ahead in a seat like.
And stares straight at the back of somebody else's head.
That's
right.
Putty. What a character.
Right. Right. I mean, he's not like that in real life, but his voice intonation is like that in real life. So you're literally thinking, I am talking to David Putty, not the guy from, God, he's been on so many shows and he does so many great voice acting stuff on cartoons. I actually got him to record one of my favorite characters that he does on my voicemail. I had that for a couple years. It was great.
He's parlayed that typecast delivery into an entire career. Occasional appearances on Seinfeld, and I just saw him in a commercial the other day doing the same Putty thing.
For what? For Barefoot, right? Barefoot Wine?
Is that what it was? I don't know.
For the NFL, or he's got a hat on and he's like, the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I'm so glad we touched on this. You know what commercial I am laughing out loud at? Recent?
What?
Tom Brady in the Pizza Hut
ad. No. Oh,
yeah,
when
Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah. He says he misses saying hut.
He misses.
Yeah.
He says, I retired from the game and I still miss saying hut. So he delivers a pizza and then an old woman tackles him.
Yeah.
And it's perfect because the guy says, Mom? And it's this old lady who just tackled him.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady's on the ground. He looks up. He goes, I don't miss that.
Yeah, he
does it with such perfect timing. It's hysterical.
He's pretty good. Tom Brady, he's laying on the ground after the old lady tackle, and he's like, late hit, where's the flag? And she's like, suck it up, Buttercup.
Right, I'm just delivering pizza. Suck it up, Tom.
I'm surprised they didn't save that for the Super Bowl. That's when the Super Bowl of commercials happen. That's a good one.
They should have, because it's worth it.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there with one of the better commercials that we've seen that have a celebrity endorsement. You know?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He's also selling some kind of Cuisinart food processor thing or a air fryer.
Yeah, with like avocado ice cream. Or something.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever endorsed? You ever endorse something really weird?
Who, me? No.
Yeah.
I'm not a celebrity. No.
No. But I mean, you've been in radio and people can pay you to advertise their product.
Yeah.
No funny blue pills, nothing like that?
No.
Okay.
Not that I recall.
All right.
No.
I had a 4-year contract with Wyndham Mattress. So I had to do bed commercials. How do you make talking about a bed interesting? Well, I did it for 4 years, so,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You could say I'm using the product right now, and then 5 seconds into the ad, for the next 25 seconds, you could snore and say, "This is how good it is." And it's just Max snoring.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Anything else happening for you?
We got the game coming up. We got football this weekend.
I'm so bummed about the Bills.
I know. But there are people who say that. Oh, yeah, about the Bills. I understand that. But there are people who say the Broncos have a chance.
No, I do too.
You do too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you're defined by Bo Nix. I'm still not necessarily in the Bo Nix camp. He's good. He's not great. Same with Drake May. Good, but not great. And Denver is well suited that they don't require a lot of their quarterback. I know Bo has pulled off all these late game, I think Denver's well suited to do it with any quarterback. They have a great defense. They can in their passing game. They just 8-yard pass to.
But name a winning, and I'm not saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to jinx it right now by saying Broncos in the Super Bowl, man. I'm not saying that. But name me a Super Bowl winning team with a quarterback?
The Tampa Bay Bucks when they had that one and done
Tom
guy.
Brady?
No, but prior Tampa with they had that, and he never did anything ever again. Tampa Bay this is before you, maybe.
What year was this? Was this during the creamsicle era? Was this in the 70s?
Yeah, this might have been creamsicle era. Super Bowl.
Vinny Testaverde?
No. Maybe it wasn't Tampa now that I think about it.
The only one I can think of is the 2000 Baltimore Ravens because they had that awesome defense, but who was their quarterback? Nobody remembers. And yet he went on to be on ESPN for a long time.
You don't remember?
I keep calling him Trey Wingo, and that's not who he is. Trent Dilfer. That's it. Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer was a less than glamorous quarterback.
Yes.
You're like, nah.
Yes. But they won the Super Bowl. Name me another team that won with a quarterback.
He was a black guy. I wanted to say he was Tampa. Gilliam? Not
Doug
Gilliam.
Williams?
Doug Williams.
Doug Williams.
What about him? He wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, he was good, but you're right. He's not great like a Tom Brady or an Aaron Rodgers or even a Terry Bradshaw. But Doug Williams was a pretty good. Mark Rippon, he won with the Redskins, I thought, when they were the Redskins.
Yeah,
back during the day. But again, you had Joe Theismann. He took him to a Super, that kind of thing. But I don't know. Drake May, or I'm thinking if you're just going by quarterbacks alone, it's got to be Drake May versus Matthew Stafford in the Super Bowl because they're the best of the best right now.
Yeah, it is a quarterback-driven game anymore, for sure. Yes. But defense wins championships. I think between Sean Payton's genius in coaching a game and Denver's defense, I think there's plenty there to take them to a Super Bowl. I really do. And especially if they can get past the Pats, because there's nothing over on the other side of the NFC that really scares me. I mean,
no, you're right. You're right about that.
I think Denver's got a great chance. No need to call Uncle Rico to have him suit up and for a backup. Actually, the backup that they went and got had posts on his social from the past that were kind of derogative towards Denver, and he erased them all.
You talking about this new guy,
Danuco,
that played at JMU.
Yeah,
he played at James Madison University.
Yeah,
okay.
He was.
Fine.
I think he's not a Sean Payton believer. He had something to say about the organization, and he erased all that. He's like, Yeah, I think Denver will be okay.
Don't get me wrong. I'm going to watch. Absolutely. But I don't know who's going to win. I really don't. Toss up for me.
That game itself was exciting enough, but it was the fallout from it that was even more the postscript. P.S. The Bills fire Sean McDermott. There's still reverberations going on saying, what? And then Bo Nix broke his ankle. That almost felt like fake news. You're like, come on. What else are they going to tell us happened from that game?
Right. Well, I told you that Peyton Manning texted like people in the front office of Denver saying, what? Is this a stunt?
Yeah.
Is Sean Payton pulling one over on us? He didn't believe it either. But let me ask you, because you're such a Bills fan, if you're Sean McDermott, do you take a job this year or do you wait?
I think you let it breathe because the good jobs are gone. You don't want to be on the Raiders. You don't want to go to the Browns.
Baltimore just announced they took the coordinator from the Chargers.
Yeah,
Minter, Jesse Minter. I think they took him.
Yeah,
but you're right. The Giants sewn up. Steelers. Maybe I take the Steelers gig. I don't know because the Steelers really good organization, but everything else is kind of a joke.
Yeah, the good jobs are gone, and the good candidates are gone. If you're the Bills, if you're looking to hire,
I don't want to see Sean go to Arizona. I don't want to see. That's a black hole. You'll never come out of there again. I mean, look at how many coaches have come and gone in Arizona, as well as Stefanski did make a mark in Cleveland, But Cleveland and the Jets, I mean, they're just these organizations that you don't really recoup from, really, if you go and coach there. I'd like to see, and I told you this the other day, I'd like to see Belichick back in the NFL, and he'd go to Buffalo. He's got that blue-collar mentality. He's not one of these flashy, Sean McVay, L.A. kind of coaches. He's a grinder. And Buffalo is a grind city. It really is.
He's far from flashy. The guy wears a cut-off hoodie with the sleeves hacked off. It looks like a shark attack victim.
Right.
Dude, come on. At least dress not like.
Yeah, like you want the job, for God's sake.
I know we all can't be Tom Landry, but golly, how about a suit and tie? Like, bring it back. Capri pants from the Miami guy and Belichick's hoodie and his teenage girlfriend. No, I don't want that in the Bills. No.
Oh, jeez. Oh my God. But in other news,
yes,
it's like, oh God, I know you don't want the drama, but if you could bring back like the Belichick before all this craziness,
yes,
I think he would have done well in Buffalo if he wants to leave North Carolina.
The Belichick prototype is exactly what Buffalo needs and what's been missing.
Or Dan Campbell.
Yes, a chess master genius of the game. A guy who is not going to take nonsense. If you don't perform, you're going to sit like a real hard guy, not a guy who's clapping on the sidelines whenever you almost made a first down. This is not. Not everybody gets a star. This is the NFL, man. If you can't cut it, you're sitting.
And remember, one of those would cut guys before they started falling off athletically. Remember, that was the rap on Belichick, that they would get rid of you like a year or two before you really started declining. So, I mean, he was, I guess, like you said, a genius, a chess when everybody else was playing checkers kind of genius. But I don't know if you want to invite that drama now into Buffalo. Doesn't put up with that stuff.
He's become it's different. I mean, I like the notion of Belichick, but not the reality of Belichick, which is the circus that comes with it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Are we done? I think we're done.
Hey, dude, it's your show. You tell me. I'll talk for as long as you need.
I have Adam Finnegan coming up, I think.
Oh, and aren't you talking to the auctioneer later too?
Yes.
That sold that croc for $32,000.
Yes, let me get for the 32.
Yeah.
Yes, Ken Bramer is coming on. I'm so excited to talk to him because he did recognize. He's like, "Hey, sister, you got." She's like, "I might get $100." He's no.
Yeah.
You got something real cool. Yeah. Thanks, Mac.
All right. Have a great weekend.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show. We do have famed author A.W. Finnegan. And I think next after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs?
We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Wrapping up the previous discussion with Mac Watson on why Stidham, I don't even know his first name, Jason Stidham, right? Jarrett Ryan Stidham, career backup, why he just might be able to win a Super Bowl with Denver. Because the Broncos are not a team, I think, that's been constructed to require their quarterback to be Superman. They just need a game manager, which is a little bit of a departure from Sean Payton, the coach, who did need an MVP quarterback in New Orleans, and he had one in Drew Brees, who had an MVP in a Super Bowl win in 2009. I think Sean Payton, I think the Denver Broncos rely on defense, and they could have Stidham come in and do just an average job and win a Super Bowl. It's been done. Max said, well, who's done that? There's been backup quarterbacks who are wearing a ring. And there's been MVP quarterbacks who don't have a championship ring. I mean, not everybody is Terry Bradshaw, Bart Starr, Tom Brady. There have been Jim McMahon's Chicago Bears. 1985, Chicago Bears did not win a Super Bowl on the efforts of Jim McMahon. That was their defense. There's been Jeff Hostetler, Giants. I don't think he was their starter in 1990, was he? He was a backup, I'm pretty sure. Mark Rippon, as Mac pointed out, Redskins, although Rippon did win the MVP in that Super Bowl victory of 1991. There's, of course, been your John Elways, Brett Favre's, Kurt Warner. How about Trent Dilfer? Nobody's going to call him an MVP quarterback. He won a Super Bowl in 2000 with the Ravens, and that was all due to Baltimore's defense. So it's been done. Brad Johnson, he was the guy I was thinking of from Tampa. Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers 2002. Who is Brad Johnson? Where is he today? Like, not a household name. So it can be done. Jarrett Stidham can win a Super Bowl with Denver. They got to get past the New England Patriots, which I'm rooting for. Being a Bills fan, the Patriots are our arch rival. I wouldn't mind seeing Denver victorious this weekend. Not sure what happened to Mr. Finnegan, who was to have joined us. So we could move to other topics. Particularly, I've been avoiding talking about this because it's just so sad. Claire McFarland with a very good follow-up. Nobody's got this. Claire did not get the scoop of the story, but she got the real emotion of the story a day later. When this story was breaking, I saw SVI Media had mention of it. I saw Eastern Idaho news outfit had the best coverage at the time, just due to proximity. This took place in Freedom, Wyoming, right on the border of Idaho. It's a difficult place to get a foot in the door if you're a journalist. I know from experience. So Claire McFarland's follow-up to the shooting, and this is a story about the Cassandra Klinger, her maiden name, at one time married to Christopher Moon. Chris Moon, the 43-year-old, this is the incident that happened early Wednesday of this week when I saw reports of law enforcement, all kinds of sirens and lights just flying through Afton, all up and down the highway in Star Valley, headed to Freedom. And that's because Christopher Moon, who had split up from his wife, they have kids together. She's young. She was like 23 and he's 43. They had an on and off, up and down, rocky marriage. They have a couple of kids, a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old, I think, together. And presumably they were getting together to either reconcile or he wanted to have closure. I don't know, but they both drove their cars to a roadside, right outside of Freedom. If you're familiar with that road, it's like State Line Road. It's Jackknife Road. And that's when allegedly, purportedly, Christopher Moon shot his ex-wife or his estranged wife, Cassandra. And then took long enough to text mom. Was it his mom or her mom? Christopher Moon sent Cassandra's mom, Cynthia. Oh, can you imagine that text exchange? Claire McFarland got this story. Christopher Moon, the alleged shooter, shot his estranged wife, then himself, took time after shooting, allegedly, purportedly, his estranged wife, took time to text her mother and say, "You were right." I don't know what that's in regard to. We're picking up a conversation midstream. But then the quote, the text, "Oh, Satan got a hold of me. I'm so sorry. I love her so much." Well, Christopher, I don't know how sorry you were, but you don't love her if you shoot her. That's just misconstrued. That's a tortured mind. And there is such a thing, in my opinion, and you may differ, but there is such a thing as a devil, a Satan, and he can get a hold of you, and he can be a part of your life, this Satan. And certainly it's the only way you can explain something like this, when somebody turns a gun on their spouse, and then on themselves. That's the work of something beyond you and I having a bad day. That's satanic stuff. Anyway, that text exchange is what's really chilling. Between Christopher Moon and his estranged wife's mother. She responded, "Don't do it." And I don't know if that concerns don't shoot my daughter or don't shoot yourself. Don't do it. I think it was directed at Christopher Moon. Your kids need you, all of them. And this is a 4-year-old, 2-year-old, and a newborn. Oh, just awful, awful stuff. But a really good job by Claire McFarland to get that part of the story, to get that stuff. That is more than just the police blotter. This happened on this time and so-and-so allegedly. This is what it was all about. This is what was working in the mind of Christopher Moon, obviously tortured by the relationship and then what he had done, shooting Cassandra, allegedly. And then what's left to do when the cops, and it took time. He was in the car. Police had time to call him on his phone, urge him not to do it. Yeah, that story is definitely getting eyeballs on the Facebook Cowboy State Daily story. Almost as much as Andrew Rossi's exploding trees, a weather phenomenon that probably you or I were not familiar with until today. Or, speaking of exploding, the nuclear bomb that is a rat infestation in Boise. I didn't know this was happening. Let's keep this out of Wyoming, please. Wyoming isn't immune to a rat invasion, Mark Hines writes, like the infestation taking place in Boise. One exterminator called it literally, quote, a nuclear bomb of rats. Spikes in rat populations can result in favorable conditions like mild winters and real messy kitchens. But a Wyoming zoology professor did get into the real details of it, like what type of rat we're talking about. I don't need to know that. And exterminators talk about what can be done once the rats get going and the population spikes. They say nothing. You can only hope to hold the rats back. You'll never get rid of them. Gross. Since about 2017, the Boise area has seen enormous growth in people, and with people come Norway rats, apparently. That's the kind of rat that's making its way around Boise, and Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. We got an auctioneer coming up, a pretty special auctioneer on the way, makes his living out of Nebraska. And he was the guy that recently auctioned off that big that pottery from Red Wing, Minnesota. And it was a pretty nice payday for an elderly lady who was hoping to get maybe $100 out of this item. And the auctioneer, Ken Bramer, got a lot more than that. We'll talk about it after this.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show, finally Friday. So excited for the weekend. Don't forget, Cowboy State Daily Show has a Saturday version you don't want to miss. That's Jeff Rickett behind the mic tomorrow. And his show, a lot of fun. Much like this one, only better. Jeff Rickett will be on Saturdays, taking you through Saturdays on the Cowboy State Daily. Really, it's all happening not because we think Saturday morning has a hole in the entertainment, but maybe you need a little bit of Saturday morning pep from Jeff, but it's also to prep Jeff to take over for me when I go on vacation one of these days. Get him up to speed. He's doing a great job. You'll enjoy the show. A little bit different. And he comes at you from another part of the state of Wyoming. Be on the listen for that show. Of course, you can catch all the action on the homepage website, cowboystatedaily.com. Maybe you like to hang out on YouTube. That's cool. Make sure you subscribe to our channel, Cowboy State Daily. You see the show on YouTube live on the channel. We're on Facebook live when the show is going on and later. We're on X live, syndicated on radio stations across the state, and wherever you find, enjoy, listen to, and download your favorite podcast, we're there too. Cowboy State Daily Show. President Trump is creating a new world order. Some think, some fear, or think. He's got a new club you can join that kind of looks like the UN, only better, if you ask President Trump. Experts say his new Board of Peace, which has a reported $1 billion buy-in to become a member of this club, amounts to basically a competitor, a direct competitor with the United Nations. And it's the latest example, according to the New York Times, of Trump's attempt to build a new world order with himself at the center. President Trump hosted recently a Board of Peace signing with nearly 24 countries, none of them Western European, by the way. They're all rallying in defense of Greenland, coming to the aid of Denmark, etc., etc. But at the signing, President Trump did not disclose some of these signees, these new members of the Board of Peace, other than to say they were very popular leaders, quote, and in some cases not so popular. I could not get a recent download of our Rodeo Roadshow from Will Rasmussen. Something's going on with the website. So, yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to play that now while we wait for auctioneer Bramer, who I'm not sure where Ken is either. Suddenly, in this final hour on a Friday, we're so close to the weekend. I guess we're getting a lot of folks bailing on us. I was looking for the author A.W. Finnegan, who we will get him on sooner or later. I'm not sure why we had a swing and miss with Adam Finnegan. He is a survivor of Lyme disease. He has immune intolerance. He's been battling health issues, which has caused him to research into this guy, Eric Traub, on the science of immune tolerance. Eric Traub is known for his research into Lyme disease, HIV, other diseases of more of the modern era, and purports that some of these could be a byproduct of biological warfare. Can you imagine how scary that might sound? Adam Finnegan, his book, The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. It lays out the deeply documented case that Lyme disease and possibly HIV and AIDS trace back to covert bioweapons research, stuff that somehow got out of the laboratory and into us, intended to be used on the battlefield. Scary, scary stuff. The Nazi-era virologist Eric Traub was very much studied by Adam Finnegan, and this book could be a real eye-opener. We'll have A.W. Finnegan on hopefully next week. He might have just missed us. We made that booking like 2 weeks ago. He might have forgotten. Meanwhile, Ken Bramer of Bramer Auction Realty, last 30 years, he's been banging the gavel in Buffalo County, Nebraska. That's where Kearney is, by the way, right there on I-80. He's the auctioneer who on January 10th stood before nearly 300 people at the Phelps County 4-H building and dropped the gavel on $32,000 for a weathered, junky piece of Red Wing pottery. Actually looks really nice. It's old and it's big and it's pretty rare as well. It belonged to a 91-year-old Nebraska woman who brought it to auction, figuring she was just going to do a little house cleaning, get some things off the porch, etc. And one of those things was this big, giant, cumbersome 30-gallon crock. She had no use for it. It was just in the way, and she thought, it might bring a couple of bucks. You never know. Boy, did she never know. She thought maybe it'd get $100. In fact, she said that. She was not at the actual auction. Bless her heart, at the time of the auction, Lois Juergens was at an event, I think, for the elderly. She's elderly herself, 91 years old. I think she was volunteering at a funeral for her church that morning. Okay. So she wasn't there to take part in the auction. She did arrive after the piece had sold. And this was after, the auction was completed and sold for $32,000 on her birthday. So cool. Auctioneer Ken Bramer noticed Lois show up and he called her up. The auction's already complete. He said, "Oh, Lois is here." He said, "By the way, Lois, could you come up front?" He called out. And he informed the crowd. He said, "This is Lois. This is the lady that owned the crock that we just auctioned off. And let me ask Lois something." She said, "You have any guess as to how much we got for that?" And Lois said, "Well, I hope you got $100. And Bramer replied, "Well, we did a little bit better than that. We got $32,000. Woo! Woo! She went down. She got weak in the knees. Bramer's wife and son had to grab a hold of her. She couldn't believe it. $32,000. Why is that? Well, experts in the pottery world and the crockery world say this piece is kind of rare. It is double stamped, which is unusual. The size is unusual. The double stamp bearing the words Red Wing, Minnesota, which would trace it back to Red Wing Stoneware Company that I believe, does it still exist today? No, it's gone. The company operated from 1877 to 1967, producing everything from salt-glazed crocks to dinnerware. This piece unique in how big it was, 30-gallon pot. And for how old and for how many were made, not many double stamped like this. Red Wing, Minnesota is the stamping. Let me share what the pot looks like with you. It's got really neat artwork on it. So when Lois brought this into the auctioneer house, and we mentioned that Ken Bramer has the Bramer auctioneering for like 30 years. She brought it to the popular auctioneering and realty company, and Bramer had sold things in fact like this before. He knew of pottery. He knew Red Wing stamp on there meant something. He knew that right away. In fact, he had sold previous items similar. And he knew he was looking at a 5-figure item, not a 3-figure item. And he did a little homework and he talked to some experts. And sure enough, he started the bidding at $1,000. Never mind 100. Ken Bramer started the bidding at $1,000. He knew he had something pretty important. And sure enough, by the time they finished raising paddles on this thing, the gavel dropped at $32,000. So great birthday present for 91-year-old Lois. She's pretty happy to be finding that rare 30-gallon Red Wing crock was way more important than she ever thought. I think we'll check out Ray Hageman. We had to interrupt him last time we played the Game and Fish. We'll do that now to take us to the top of the hour. The latest from our friends at Wyoming Game and Fish. It's Ray Hageman.
The Wyoming Game and Fish is beginning a study aimed at tracking one of North America's largest and most renowned elk populations. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish is beginning a study to track one of North America's largest and most renowned elk populations, the Jackson elk herd. In collaboration with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, a helicopter will be used in the coming weeks to capture and collar elk over several days in and around the National Elk Refuge. The exact timing is dependent on suitable weather conditions. A professional wildlife capture crew will capture cow elk using a net from the helicopter, while bulls will be darted. After collecting biological samples and attaching GPS collars, the elk will be released. During winter, high elevation and deep snowpack limit the natural winter range for this herd. Each winter, about 80 to 90% of the herd is supplementally fed at state-run feed grounds or on the National Elk Refuge. While these elk comprise one herd, in the spring they split into 4 segments and begin migrations, following the greenest, most nutritious forage back to summer ranges. Migration distances vary. Some elk travel more than 60 miles to reach the Teton Wilderness and Yellowstone National Park. Others migrate medium distances to Grand Teton National Park or the Gros Ventre Mountain Range. In recent decades, though, a growing number of elk have traveled shorter distances, sometimes only a few miles, to spend their summers in southern Grand Teton National Park and on private lands. By collaring a random sample of the herd, wildlife managers will be able to track the number of elk that came from each area when they return in the winter, monitor survival rates for each segment, and adjust hunting practices to help maintain a balanced herd. Decades of research have established a strong foundation of knowledge about the Jackson elk herd. However, these existing data are insufficient to guide management under today's changing conditions. This new study will build on the foundation to better understand and manage this herd. During the elk collaring efforts, informative signs will be posted around the National Elk Refuge, and Game and Fish and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff will be available to answer questions. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, let's get back to the show. On a Friday, we're going to take the weekend off with the exception of Jeff, who's got you covered tomorrow. And we'll catch back up with you Monday. One last news item, and then we'll blow out of here. That Jonah Energy deal. We had Jonah Energy Vice President on yesterday, Paul Ulrich, and he talked about this latest judge ruling that blocks a potential 3,500 well expansions in the area of the Jonah Field, kind of just south and west of the Jonah Field as we know it. It's a huge future natural gas play, and it's all been put in jeopardy now with the Clean Air Act and the latest ruling by a federal judge. Disappointing news for Paul, but he vows not to give up the fight. Jonah Energy is going to continue to try to expand the Jonah Field and do natural gas, which if is needed. If you look at prices right now, natural gas spiking because of the winter weather headed across the U.S. Hey, we're out of time on this Friday. Have a great weekend. See you Monday. Enjoy Jeff Rickett tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.